What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Comic Breakdown. If you guys are new to the channel, do me a favor and hit that sub button, hit that notification bell, make sure you're not missing any of the awesome content that we have coming out. The day is finally upon us. We are getting Justice League issue number 75. This is the death of the Justice League. This is our prelude to Dark Crisis. If you're trying to get completely caught up on everything that is about to happen, be sure to check out the link in my description as well as the top of this video. It's gonna take you to the playlist for Justice League Incarnate. That mini-series is what led us to this exact moment. A Justice League that was led by President Superman. They learned of an evil known as the Great Darkness. Every single big bad guy that we have ever gotten in DC, they have just been avatars for the Great Darkness. Justice League Incarnate had lost the battle against Darkseid and the Great Darkness, retreating back to the House of Heroes. They call in the Justice League for a last-ditch effort to save the Omniverse. And so with that being said, let's dive into this breakdown. Alright gang, so as we dive into this very pivotal issue, on Earth Zero, we see the entirety of the Justice League. They are teleported away. From Oa to Atlantis to Gotham City, our heavy hitters are being pulled to the House of Heroes. And what is remaining of Justice League Incarnate? They are here in the ruins in the destruction of this place. President Superman and Dr. Multiverse, they have summoned them here, telling Clark and the others they should have informed them about what is about to happen. They should have brought them on as soon as Barry Allen went missing. And while they were able to pull a whole roster of individuals, we have Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, John Stewart, Green Lantern, Zatanna, and Hawkgirl. President Superman, he begins to give his little rundown of everything that has happened. Barry Allen currently trapped in a twisted reality. Darkseid, the Empty Hand, and many others have been enslaved by the Great Darkness. And as the Great Darkness wakes up from its slumber, it is only getting more powerful. It is currently moving to possess all of the space between their worlds, what we have come to know as the Bleed. Interesting enough, Zatanna's father had tried to fight this off, knowing that the Great Darkness is the living embodiment of annihilation. Once upon a time, they were able to subdue this thing and get it back into its slumber. Dr. Multiverse letting them know that there is no way of destroying the Great Darkness. It is a forever presence that is not good or evil. It's just darkness. Its only purpose is to consume all of the light. The best thing that they can truly hope for is to put it back into its sleep and hope that it doesn't wake up again. With Wonder Woman taking us all the way back to Dark Knight's death metal, she had restarted the entire universe. She had been warned that the multiverse being saved would come at some kind of cost. And though her and the Spectre, they search across the stars for whatever this might be, they never found it. As President Superman begins to let them know that the Spectre has been killed, this is when the Great Darkness is able to attack the House of Heroes. Clark Kent letting them know that this is a better time than ever to get to the front lines. Only together can we stop this Great Darkness. Dr. Multiverse having enough energy to teleport them directly where they need to go. This is where we land in Multiverse 2, landing in the ruins of a dead multiverse. They believe that this was all gone, and it really was in a sense. It was swallowed by the darkness. A voice off in the distance, belonging to Pariah. This is not the Pariah that we know from the past. The darkness has consumed him. His obsession is fixing everything that he had broken, being forced to watch the destruction over and over and over again. This drove him to madness. And now with his antimatter chamber, he plans to correct all of his past mistakes. As Clark Kent really tries to talk some sense into him, being able to relate to having the destruction of your planet, he tries to let him know that it's not too late. They want to help him in any way they can. The truth is though, Pariah, he is too far gone. believing that the Great Darkness, it only wants peace. It has been woken up because of all the countless wars throughout all of time, believing that the true multiverse can be reborn only if their world dies. And from that, we see him summon the Dark Army, seeing individuals like Darkseid, Doomsday, Eclipso, Ares, Neron, and Necron. All of them having chains across their body because now they belong to the Great Darkness. And the Justice League does what they do best. They meet the darkness head on. As we see the clash of these mighty titans, the Justice League are noticing that there is something off about all of them because they're not working at their full potential. It is very obvious to them that someone is puppeteering them. With the Great Darkness not at full power yet, he is not able to control all of them at their full strength. He is currently spreading himself so thin that the Justice League and Justice League Incarnate, they might have an opportunity of winning this battle. As this wages on, we see the Justice League, they are losing this fight. Even with all of these villains in this weakened state, they are still overcoming our heroes. So John Stewart, he kicks it up a notch. Now, if you've been following the Green Lantern line, you will know that John Stewart, he most recently met the Source. He absorbed a God Storm into his body, and in doing this, he became such a powerful individual. He became so powerful, he restarted the Green Lantern Corps, giving everybody back their rings. If the Justice League has any chance of winning this battle, that chance lies with John Stewart, aka the Ascended. As his light constructs begin plowing through the front line, we see that they are slowly retreating, not being able to handle the light of this Green Lantern. Pariah has a trick up his sleeve. Hearing a thunderous voice from behind him, John Stewart looks over his shoulder, and that is where he finds the once spirit of vengeance, now the spirit of darkness. The Spectre, now a puppet of the Great Darkness. At this point, Batman is determined they need to take out Pariah's machine. If they are able to do this, this is going to help them out tremendously. The only problem with this, Batman cannot get close enough. This is where Oliver Queen comes into play, coming in to save the freaking day. He loads an arrow, he brings it back, and he puts a Hail Mary pass. As this thing flies through the air, through the battlefield, it sticks directly to Pariah's antimatter machine. As this arrow detonates, we see the Army of Darkness disappear, as the Justice League believes that they might have won the day. Before Doomsday disappears, he comes down on Oliver Queen and he crushes him. Oliver Queen bleeding out on the ground. We see the Trinity, they go in on Pariah, with all three of them going to land their blow. Pariah is able to get his attack off first. With a huge blast of energy coming from his hand, we begin to see the Justice League vaporized, the skin being melted right off of their bones disintegrating right before our very eyes. Even John Stewart is getting taken out. And if that is possible, that means that Pariah is stronger than a freaking God Storm. John Stewart, who is an Ascended. John Stewart, who was touched by the Source. Black Adam being the last one standing. He goes in on Pariah, striking as hard and as quickly as he possibly can. But Pariah doesn't even flinch, going to disintegrate Black Adam. With his last breath, he yells Shazam! A crack of lightning comes out of the sky and it separates the two of them, launching them in opposite directions. As they go jettisoning into space, we pick up at the Hall of Justice, having Firestorm, Naomi, Detective Chimp, Wally West, and Jonathan Kent. They are trying to figure out where all of the members of the Justice League have gone, knowing that they have been teleported somewhere else. They're trying to currently calculate where that is. a thunderous boom. Our heroes go jumping into action at the front door. In the middle of all of this rubble, we have Black Adam, looking like half of his face has been freaking burnt off. With what little words he can say, he lets it be known that the Justice League is dead. Alright gang, so with the death of the Justice League just happening, we have some children in the Hall of Justice. They are getting a tour of everything the Justice League has ever done. From battling Darkseid to battling Starro, the Justice League has won time and time again. As they continue this tour, what we see is of course them not being the first Justice League. There have been so many teams to come before them, everyone having their favorite version, their favorite roster. But it's not just the roster who makes them who they are. It is what they all represent. Because the superheroes, they represent what is best about humanity. They are a reflection of humanity itself, but at times they even fail because they are far from perfect individuals. And the most recent version of the Justice League, they sacrificed themselves so everyone else didn't have to face the darkness, leaving this world a world without the Justice League. As this tour continues on its way, what we see is that this tour guide is in fact Clayface. We don't know who he is working for, but what we do know is that they have planned a heist. The Justice League now being gone, everything in this mausoleum, it is up for grabs. That includes the mother box that is resting here. With the Justice League being out of the picture, people like Clayface and his associates, they are deciding that it is time for them to get their due, believing that nothing stands in their way. As Clayface goes to grab the mother box, we have the arrival of the Flash. Wally West showing up on scene. Clayface is letting him know that he tried to go the straight and narrow. But now that the Justice League is gone, it is open freaking season. And all across the globe, criminals and villains alike, they are making big moves. They are making big plays. As the two of them begin to tussle, we see Wally West completely encased in clay, unable to move, unable to escape. Clayface turns around to grab hold of that mother box, only to find that the children, they have taken it and they have ran. With Clayface chasing after them, Wally West is able to use his lightning and break free of all of this clay. With Clayface taunting him, saying, "Isn't this the time that your new Justice League shows up, where my new teammates show up and we have a big fight?" Wally West lets it be known that there is no new Justice League, but he is more than willing to teach Clayface a lesson, running circles around Clayface as quickly as he possibly can. The thing about the Flash is he emits a tremendous amount of heat, and making this cyclone circling around Clayface, all of that heat is baking Clayface, just like you would put clay into the oven, as if you were making a sculpture. And when that heat is applied to that clay, it turns rock solid. With Clayface being defeated, frozen like a statue, the Flash gives these children the rest of the tour. And as he gives this tour, one of the kids, they ask a question. Do you think we will ever see the Justice League again? And he brings up the past. He brings up the crisis where Barry Allen had been lost, when Wally West had to fill the shoes of the Flash. And for him, this was something that was relatively difficult. We all know the story of how he struggled not wanting to surpass his mentor Barry Allen. But over time, he has began to realize that the Justice League is something that is always growing. It is always changing, and you have to embrace the new. So it's not really a question of when we will have a new Justice League or if we will have a new Justice League. It is a question of who the new Justice League is going to be made up of. Because now that there are very big shoes to be filled, we are going to have a lot of people wanting to step up and fill those shoes. Now, there are two other little parts to this story that we will be covering, but this part of the story has come to an end and it will continue in Justice League Dark Crisis number 1 and Dark Crisis number 1. Lucky for us, we get a sneak peek at Dark Crisis issue 1. And this is the sigil. The Justice League have perished, and the world, they are all in mourning, with Nightwing being the one to give a speech to the entirety of the world. What we are seeing them do with Nightwing is really make him the next Batman. He is the one that's going to be filling the role of leader of the new Justice League. And to be fair, if anybody has earned that role, it is definitely Dick Grayson. Through all of his trials and tribulations, his mentorship done by Batman, him being on his own, dealing with Bloodhaven, dealing with the world in his own fashion, becoming his own man and his own hero. Time and time again, Nightwing is proving to be one of the best leaders the world has ever seen. With the sigil coming to an end, we pick up the next day, and we find the world is in chaos. Every 2-bit thug, every single villain out there. The Justice League is gone, and now they think they have free reign. All of these doomsday cults, they come rising up. Luckily, this world is not left alone. From Superboy to the Flash to our Green Lanterns. These doomsday cults may be out of control, acting like the end is very much near. Our heroes are doing everything they can just to get control in some kind of order. And so that is our quick little sneak peek into what comes next. And so for our last story, we're going to be taking a trip down memory lane. This is going to be the history of DC's multiverse. A relatively quick and compact explanation trying to help people that understand where we are now in comparison to, say, Crisis on Infinite Earths. Starting us at the very beginning of time. In the beginning, there was nothing. It was nothing but blackness. But one day there was a light. And from that speckle of light exploded the multiverse. This is the very beginning of the push and pull between the light and darkness. That push and pull, it eventually led to the event known as Crisis on Infinite Earths. The Monitor giving his life to activate the multiverse's immune system. This, of course, is our superheroes. Being brought to life, being given power. This is the way that they fought back. This is the way that they defeated the Anti-Monitor. But even in his defeat, it came at a very heavy cost. The multiverse had died, and it gave birth to just one single universe. And with the Great Darkness being pushed back, it still lied there in its slumber, beginning to create avatars, with Swamp Thing making a truce between the light and the dark. There seemed to be no reason for conflict to ever exist again, that the harmony would continue on. But even in hibernation, the Great Darkness, it used the forces of evil and darkness to his advantage, being avatars of his very will. This is all in an effort to snuff out the light. The attacks from these avatars, it caused another event. It caused the birth of another multiverse, with Darkseid triggering the final crisis. The truce has been broken. The Great Darkness realizing that the immune system, the superheroes, they are the true threat. The only thing stopping the Great Darkness from taking absolute control. Knowing that if you target Earth Zero, the Earth that is at the center of the entirety of the multiverse, that every variant off of this Earth is just a sub-variant of Earth Zero. And so in the shadows, the Great Darkness has been plotting, moving his forces into play, from the Metal Wars all the way to Future State, and the ultimate avatar, the one known as Pariah. The stage is now set for our Dark Crisis. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up in Gotham City. We have the one, the only, Dick Grayson, aka Nightwing. This story is taking place after the death of the Justice League, but before they have this ceremony saying goodbye to our heroes. Word has spread very quickly that the Justice League is gone. Every 2-bit criminal is coming out of the woodworks. Nightwing currently facing off against Brick, quickly being interrupted and taken care of because Superboy comes swooping in. And Jonathan Kent, he has come here to try to get some kind of counsel. He's freaking out a little bit. They all heard what Black Adam said. The Justice League is dead. Dick tells him that he needs to slow down. He's going just a little bit too fast. The truth is, Superman, the Justice League, many of the members, they have all died at some point in time, and we have always seen them come back. Thinking back to Superman's funeral, he remembers Batman being very steady in his emotions, not showing them to anybody, not showing the concern on his face that the world just lost Superman. He was worried that showing any fear, it would scare all of the other individuals. Then a few months later, Superman returned when Bruce had died. At first, he thought this was some kind of trick. After realizing Bruce wasn't coming back, he put on the Batsuit. Superman was even a little upset that he did this so quickly, but after a little time, he learned exactly why Dick Grayson did this. And then Bruce came back. Barry Allen, the Flash, was gone for a very long time, and his death, it greatly impacted Wally West's life. Even more so upon his return. What he is telling Jonathan is to not necessarily worry about death, but to have hope. These heroes have been gone before, and we have seen them return to us. Until we know for 100% certainty that the Justice League is in fact dead, they have to hold on to that remaining hope, believe that they are still alive, and that they will be returned to them. Even with this reassurance, he's letting it know that Young Justice, all of the younger heroes, the ones that have never had to see the heroes die, that don't understand things like Dick because of his experience, there is still a lot of concern, a lot of worry. There is already talk of putting up statues and having a vigil. Jonathan has come to ask if Dick Grayson will come say a few words. And this is where Nightwing, he gets a little bit heated because part of him is still in denial that they are gone. He believes that they are all overreacting. He believes that there is no reason to do this because they're gonna come back. We don't need to start a new Justice League. We don't have to do any of that. We just need to hold the line until they return. Jonathan has to ask the question though, what if they don't? Not everybody comes back. We have seen that with Alfred Pennyworth, and there has been talk of a dark army headed directly for them. Jonathan doesn't believe that they need to go on pretending like the Justice League is going to come back. He thinks that they need to prepare for whatever is about to come. While they are having their lunch, they are interrupted by Kid Amazo having some Amazo prototypes. Nightwing was expecting this to happen. Having Superboy here is just an added bonus to take him down quicker. But Dick does realize that he is acting a lot like Batman, hiding his emotions, denying the fact that the Justice League is gone and they have to do something. At the very least, give reassurance to the rising heroes, to the young heroes that are out there needing some kind of guidance. Dick Grayson is stepping up and being the voice for the next generation of heroes, the next leader to lead them into the Dark Crisis. That's what takes us over to Central City, picking up with Wally, Wallace West, Iris, and Linda. And they are telling Wally and Wallace about how Barry Allen, he has been gone for months now. Nobody having any idea where he is. Not only that, Avery is missing as well. She had been working with Justice League Incarnate. Now that the Justice League is also gone, Wally can tell that everybody is on edge. Everybody is a little bit worried. He knows how paralyzing fear can be, reassuring everybody that they will find Avery, they will find Barry Allen, and they will figure out what happened to the Justice League. He grabs Wallace and they head out the door. Wally knows exactly what is in store for them. When they thought Barry Allen had died, every criminal crawled out of their hole. He did everything he could for months, making his way from Keystone to Central City, making sure that everybody knew there was still a Flash around. That's exactly what they intend to do. Giganta on the loose, trying to rob a bank, having all kinds of stuff around the city that only the Flash can take care of. The two of them zipping from one problem to the other. What Wally is really trying to do is get Wallace's mind off of everything going on. Every time Wally cracks a little joke or something of that nature, he is trying to make Wallace smile, trying to remind him that there is still hope out there. While things look rough, while there is going to be much struggle ahead, hope is the one thing that is going to help them push forward. As they break off in the opposite direction to go take care of things, Wally stops by the Flash Museum, because while he has to be this beacon of hope, that doesn't mean he can't take moments to really worry about what comes next. Whether they died, disappeared, or whatever the case is, they are gone now. And Wally feels it in his heart, in his very soul, a constant reminder to live with a purpose, to give the people a hero that they can count on. That's what takes us to Sector 2814. We have Hal Jordan, Green Lantern. The Green Lanterns recently all getting their abilities, their powers back. John Stewart becoming essentially god level. He gave life to the Green Lantern Corps yet again. And while the Justice League had been taken away, Hal Jordan remained behind. Unaware of what has happened, he is taking care of things in space. Currently on a trajectory chasing down an interplanetary creature. It is taking him directly to Earth, trying to stop this thing before it can reach the oceans of Earth. He is calling in to anybody in the Justice League, but none of them answer. Unable to stop it in time, it plunges into the deep blue. This is where the metamorphosis begins. It starts to multiply, to spread out, and it is growing in numbers, having its eyes directly on Atlantis. This is where we see the arrival of Aqualad, aka Jackson Hyde, jumping right into the fight, not really understanding what he's getting himself into. These predators, they circle around him and they begin taking chunks out of his skin. This is where we see Hal Jordan coming in to save the day, putting a force field around them, giving them an opportunity to have a conversation. This is the first time that Jackson and Hal have actually met one another in person. And so they get the introductions out of the way, and he lets them know that they need Aquaman. Why isn't the Justice League responding to any of their distress calls? Quickly recognizing that he hasn't heard the news, Jackson breaks it to him. And while this does shock him, their concern is on this creature, a type of symbiote. They eradicate all life that they land on, starting from the oceans and moving outward. They quickly recognize that these things are controlled. There is a parasite on them. Jackson Hyde using his abilities, the Green Lantern using his power. The two of them are able to separate the parasite from this creature. In doing so, the creature is free. All of the duplicates fade away. And for today, the day has been saved as Hal Jordan escorts this creature back into space. He vows that he will find out what happened to the Justice League and lets Jackson know that him and the younger heroes, they're gonna need to step it up. This is when we are taken over to the fall of the Justice League. We are given an old, withered man. This is Pariah. Pariah is living his days out, repeating the same thing over and over and over again, believing that he was going to save everything. He only caused destruction. This is his penance. And while he does understand that there is some bastardized form of the multiverse that is in existence now, he has to stay out of it completely, believing that if he touches anything, it could bring down this whole new multiverse. Even if he believes this to be the false multiverse, he will not be the destroyer of everything yet again. You see the ones that he loved. They try to convince him to build the machine, their eyes as black as night. Pariah doesn't know it yet, but this is the Great Darkness. This is the moment the Great Darkness influenced the Pariah to do what he does. He is being an instrument of this darkness, putting all of the pieces into play in preparation for the darkness's arrival. The Great Darkness has manipulated and twisted Pariah, making him believe the only way to save the multiverse is if he builds his machine. This is where it all began. This is where the Dark Crisis was born. Taking us to Gotham City, we pick up with Nocturna. Her and Batman have had a lot of back and forth throughout the years. Now that he is gone, everything is up for grabs and nobody should be able to stop her. At least this is what she is believing, as she goes in to steal whatever she wants. This city still has its knights. Spoiler arriving on scene asking her, "What the heck are you doing?" And though the two of them, they begin to throw blows. By the end of this fight, they're really just having a conversation. Batman's absence, it is felt throughout the entire city, for better or for worse. And right now, Stephanie is struggling, feeling like this city just has a black hole. There is an emptiness that just can't be filled. The two of them really having a great moment here. She has to take off, Oracle calling her off to a new mission, telling Nocturna not to steal anything. We see somebody up on the rooftop. This is Firefly. Now that Batman and the Justice League are gone, we have a new organization on the horizon, finally able to get some footing. The secret society are offering her a place at the table, and they have plans much bigger than Gotham. Alright gang, so as we get into this issue number 1, if you've been following my other videos, you already saw the sneak peek. This story is dropping us at the vigil of our superheroes. We have Nightwing, who is speaking to the world. If you've been following the Nightwing series, we really have seen Dick Grayson come into his own. We've seen him take on that leadership role. And so of course, when Batman the Justice League is gone, everyone looks to Nightwing as he gives words of encouragement to everybody in the world. Friends, families, civilians alike. One thing that does stand out is we have Deathstroke that is watching nearby. And seeing Deathstroke here, it plays a very important role. We have been covering Shadow War Batman. In that story arc, what we saw was the death of Deathstroke, being killed by Talia al Ghul, the army that he built up, known as the Secret Society. They grabbed him and took him to the one Lazarus pit that they knew of. When he got dipped inside the pit, something different happened that hasn't happened to anybody else. That pit, it turned black, and we can only assume that the Great Darkness now has its claws inside of Deathstroke. And he did make it known that he had much bigger plans than taking out Talia al Ghul and the League of Shadows. With this confirmation that the Justice League is dead, we can expect him to be making his move. Now, picking up in the coming days, what we see is Superman and the Flash, Jonathan Kent and Wally West. They are currently taking on the Cobra Cult. Every doomsday cult that is out there, they are believing that the end of the world is coming. With the Justice League being dead, we are seeing crime go to an all-time high. And our heroes, they are working overtime just to try and keep some kind of civility, to try and maintain any kind of order. This is where they get some backup from our Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. And Hal Jordan, he has to ask the question, what is going on and where is the Justice League? That is what takes us to the bedside of Black Adam, recovering from his battle with Pariah. He lays all of it out. He tells them about the Great Dark Army, the army that was headed directly for Earth Zero. He does let it be known that the Great Darkness feared his lightning, calling it down in vain. He was ejected from the battlefield. The last thing he remembers seeing is Pariah killing the Justice League, turning them straight to ash. He swears that the Great Darkness has been halted, but it came at the price of our greatest heroes. Now, as Wally and Hal walk out of the room, Hal cannot believe that they are listening to Black Adam, the guy that has tried to kill them time and time again. Maybe Superman has been trusting him and wanting him on the Justice League, but Hal Jordan just can't get past the fact that he is Black Adam. He has been a sworn enemy of the Justice League for so many years. And right now, he is not ready to believe the stories that Black Adam is telling them. The truth is, Wally and Jonathan have gone to everybody, trying to figure out if this story is true. Regardless of what has happened here, Hal Jordan wants to find out who is responsible. They don't know if this darkness is truly defeated. Hal Jordan tasking Wally with finding Barry Allen to treat this like any other crime scene, just like Barry would, with Wally going off to do this and Green Lantern going to find out who is responsible. Jonathan Kent is left behind to protect everything. The world needs Superman right now more than ever. While Jonathan decides what he is going to do, this is what takes us to Brazil. We are picking up with our girl Yara Flor, fighting the monsters of these jungles. Our Wonder Girl is kicking some butt. Getting a little bit of extra help, we see the arrival of Superman. As they put down this beast and put out the fire, Jonathan has come here to ask her to join his Justice League. He wants to carry on the legacy of his father. This is where Yara Flor, she straight laughs in his face. We also see that somebody is watching them. Someone is keeping tabs on what Jonathan is doing. But our Wonder Girl, she lets Superman know that she simply can't join a team. The world is going into chaos. The rainforest is going crazy. Her tribe needs her. These people need her. Being rejected by Wonder Girl, we see Jonathan make his way to New York City. This is where we have the Batman of New York in a high-speed chase getting shot at. We see Jonathan come crashing in and stop this vehicle dead in its tracks, grabbing the two criminals and bringing them to this Batman. He's a little bit upset because he was following them to their hideout, ruining his entire operation. Jonathan is already off to a bad start, but he comes and lets him know that one thing he learned from his father, one thing that he learned from Bruce Wayne, is that Batman always needs Superman and Superman always needs Batman. He is asking him to join his Justice League. Without much conversation, our Batman lets him know that he is not the guy to do this. And this is where Jonathan, he really starts to feel a little bit down. He really believed that he was going to go to these heroes and they would be more than willing to join up as a team and follow in the footsteps of our prior Justice League. What he is learning is that many of them are not wanting to team up. They want to work solo and they want to do their own thing. Jonathan, being a little bit desperate, he starts reaching out to everybody. From Harley Quinn to Blue Beetle, Peacemaker to Swamp Thing. And while he gets a lot of no's, he is slowly beginning to form his team, taking us to the Hall of Justice. Jonathan and Black Adam, they have a conversation. Black Adam, seeing the state of the world, he is recognizing he needs to get back home to his people. Jonathan really wants him to stay around and help teach him how to become a good hero, believing that if Clark was able to trust Black Adam, so can he. And he believes that he can start by forming this new Justice League and having Black Adam be a part of it. This Justice League being made up of Supergirl, both of our Blue Beetles, Booster Gold, Killer Frost, Harley Quinn, Damian Wayne, Aqualad, and a few other individuals. But even with Jonathan going in with so much enthusiasm, Black Adam tells him point blank that you don't need a Justice League, you guys are not ready. This Superboy is simply not ready to lead. If anybody should be forming a Justice League, if anybody should be leading this team, you know exactly who you should be talking to. That somebody is Nightwing, which takes us to the new Titan Tower. And while Nightwing is teaching all of the kids in gymnastics and so on and so forth, we see Chupacabra come into the room, bleeding and bruised. He is telling them that they are coming, that they have been stalking him for days. That is when the attack begins. The explosions start going off, and we see the entirety of Secret Society. Deathstroke's army is attacking Titan's Tower. Now, with the Justice League out of the way, Titan's Tower is exposed. There is no one to come and help them, and Deathstroke's plan is to take out any and all legacies, to rid the world of any chance of a new Justice League forming. This is when we see Changeling, aka Beast Boy, being captured by the Secret Society. We see Deathstroke put a gun to his head and pull the trigger. Now this is what's going to take us to Multiverse 2. We pick up with Pariah watching everything transpire on Earth Zero, not yet at full capacity. They need more heroes from Earth Zero, also letting us know that Black Black Adam, he is wrong. The great darkness, it is lying right underneath the surface. That they will make their way to Earth Zero, and when he does, he will use the death of the Justice League as a weapon against the multiverse. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue number 1, we are picking up at the Hall of Justice. This is the funeral of the Justice League. Throughout this story, we have Wonder Girl, aka Cassie, who is giving us a lot of narration, letting us know that the day has finally come. The day that everybody feared. The day everybody hoped would never arrive. But they have to accept the fact that the Justice League is dead. Wonder Girl no longer having Wonder Woman to help her with everything that she has. Calling her a mentor would really be selling it short. But now more than ever, she feels all alone. And she's not the only one. That's where we see Connor Kent, Tim Drake, and Bart Allen. All of them together once upon a time had been the Young Justice. All of them not necessarily being the outcasts of their family, but you could really call them the black sheep of the family. And so with the Justice League now being gone, the question is, what do we do next? And everybody is nervous because when something like this happens, when there is some kind of crisis event, everything goes crazy. At one point, Bart Allen had to fight Superboy Prime, getting lost in the Speed Force, growing old, becoming the Flash, only to die months later. Connor also had died as well, which I find it funny that they're bringing up the fact that these individuals have died, because all of them have returned. None of them, not one of them, having the optimism to say maybe they will come back like we did. But nonetheless, we have our Young Justice. They are finally reuniting, having Arrowette, aka Sissy, really call this meeting together. And while this reunion is going relatively well, Cassie can't help but think how they all were extremely close at one point in time. They knew each other like they knew the back of their hand, but now they have all gone their separate ways, living their own lives. There's an awkwardness between all of them, but while all of them are sitting here having a conversation, we have Cassie and Sissy who go off to the side. They have their own little side conversation, but this is quickly interrupted because in the blink of an eye, we have Tim Drake, Bart Allen, and Connor who all disappear. Cassie in absolute confusion trying to figure out where these guys just went. And that's when we pick up with Tim Drake waking up in his bed. What he sees is Alfred. Not understanding how Alfred is alive, he is here to wake him up because there is an emergency. The Young Justice alert has gone off. Connor waking up to Double X. The same exact situation for him, not understanding where he is, but there is an alert going off. Bart Allen finding himself training with both Max Mercury and Wally West, quickly learning that somehow they have time traveled, making his way across the entire United States. Everything seems to be 100% normal, eventually making his way to the first headquarters of the Justice League. This is where he meets up with both Connor and Tim, all of them having the same memories, all of them knowing that somehow they ended up in a place that they do not belong. But Bart's time travel theory seems to be the most logical one. It seems that Superman's death had just happened, a big earthquake coming from Gotham, Luthor doing his thing running for president, but he can't find anything past a certain point. Unfortunately, the Young Justice alarm is going off and Tim says that they need to get out there and they need to go save people because regardless of what timeline they are in, regardless of anything going on, their job is to help people. And that means our Young Justice is back in action as they take off to go find out what this threat is. We have Cassie who is trying to figure out what the heck is going on because these three, they just disappeared without saying a single word, believing that something is amiss, something is going on here. We have Arrowette, she could honestly care less. saying that she put this life behind her and she wants nothing to do with any of this, believing that the boys are they're off grieving in their own manner, in their own unique ways, that eventually they're gonna come back around. But Wonder Girl has to ask, what if you were wrong? This is where we pick up with our three heroes. They are going against an old hero by the name of Mighty Endowed. All of them remembering this fight, remembering just how weird and awkward it all was. And so while they face off against this old but new threat, Cassie is making her rounds to everybody. To Wally West, Dick Grayson, Jonathan Kent, anybody who will hear her out. At the end of the day, all of them say that they do not have time to go looking for them, believing that they are off grieving in their own ways, believing that they are gonna come around eventually. Just give them a little time. Nobody is hearing Wonder Girl out. Nobody has concern like she does. Of course, the three of them, they are going against Mighty Endowed, and they are getting their butts kicked while they are throwing some great punches. Something is different about this fight. Something is different about this supervillain. The last time they fought, this was a lot easier. It seems that she has leveled up some way, shape, or form as they try to figure this all out. That is where we pick back up with Cassie, and honestly, we see her just lonely. No one around her, no one to help her out, knowing that her friends are out there. She vows that she will find them, and that wherever they are, she truly does hope that they are okay. And you could say that they are more than okay because they have the help of Wonder Girl. Pick up exactly where we left off, with this mysterious Wonder Girl coming out of nowhere. She is trying to let them know that she has been here a while. She is acting as if she is from their reality, letting them know that she cannot wait to show the guys around. They sit here in awe as Wonder Girl takes on Mighty Endowed all by herself. And usually this isn't a hard fight. In fact, the Young Justice has fought against Mighty Endowed before, but some reason, some way, she is more powerful now. Even so, she is no match for Wonder Girl. With this B-list villain being taken down, now the guys gotta wonder, what do we do next? We have no idea where to even take her. She also looked like she was just waiting for them. But Cassie, she has a better idea. Hopping on the super cycle, they all take off, leaving Mighty Endowed behind. And while Connor is telling Bart that he should probably lighten up, Tim Drake knows that something is off. Wherever they are, whenever they are, there is one thing that he forgot about, and it is the feeling working with Young Justice, having these young peers, having all of his friends around him. It really is something that he has missed. This is when Oracle comes through the radio, letting them know that there is a crisis and Young Justice is needed to go fight it, with Tora being their next opponent. Tim Drake does ask if they should call in some backup. Jonathan Kent, Damian Wayne, anybody that might be closer. And this is when this Cassie, she lets it be known that she doesn't know who any of those heroes are. And so while it puts the three boys at pause, they still have a job to do. As they get to Metropolis, this is where they find Tora, a villain that they barely remember ever fighting. The memory does come back to them, but they are still able to make quick work of her. With them quickly winning this fight, they're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Trying to figure out if maybe this is some kind of alternate dimension or something. Wonder Girl saying that there has been something going on, and she has been waiting for them. But whatever is going on, she doesn't have the answers, but she knows somebody that just might. Taking us back over to Earth Zero, we have Cassie, aka Wonder Girl, as we know her in current time, in current costume, and she has come to have a conversation with Arrowette, going on about financial aid and not being able to afford college, and then going on talking about superheroes and their toxicity, and Arrowette really just acting like she is severely traumatized by her experience of being a superhero. And though Wonder Girl does try and relate to her, she really does try to have a conversation and be understanding. But Arrowette just doesn't seem to be listening or want to listen in any way, shape, or form. Even going as far as letting her know that she is going to help her find the guys. But after that, she will never help her again. That's what takes us back to our really random fantasy reality, taking us to the Watchtower. And this is where we have the Justice League. This is exactly how the Justice League looked when Young Justice had started out. As they try and piece everything together, they are all quickly met by individuals of the Justice League. We have Connor and Superman sitting down having a conversation. Now, the first conversation we see is Superman and Connor along with Wonder Girl. And what Superman is doing is offering the cape to Connor, saying that he deserves it, saying that it is his right. Bart having a conversation with the Flash, this Flash being Wally West. Wonder Girl also being involved in this conversation. They have come to offer him the mantle of the Flash. Cut over to Batman, Wonder Girl, and Tim Drake, and they are offering him Batman for him to take up the mantle. Now, Tim Drake, he's trying to figure out what is actually going on. This is everything that he has ever wanted. At least one point in time in his life, this is what he wanted. He always assumed that Damian Wayne was going to take up the mantle. And then there's a conversation about spoiler. Tim Drake no longer interested in her because he is dating Bernard, and Batman tells him that this is just a phase, that Stephanie is his destiny. And so when the three boys, they come back together, they have this discussion, trying to figure out what all of this means. Each of them were offered something that they truly wanted, each of them wanting to take over the role of their mentor. Tim Drake knows that that was not his Batman. His Batman would never say something like this is just a phase. Bart is also not a big fan of having just Wally West as the mentor. Now, Connor, on the other hand, he doesn't really see anything wrong with this place, saying why would we possibly have to go back? Because by all accounts, for Connor, this place is amazing. Not only that, he got offered to be Superman, to be the next one to take Clark Kent's place. And so while they have this little debate, this little bit of an argument, each of them do bring up the fact that Wonder Girl was in the room with them having this conversation. But ever since then, none of them have seen her. This is what takes us to Earth Zero. Cassie having a fight with Red Volcano, but she isn't really here to fight. She is here looking for Red Tornado. And it doesn't take long for Red Tornado to come to her aid, putting down Red Volcano. And Wonder Girl has just come here to ask for a little bit of help, trying to find the boys wherever they might be. She is slowly forming up this team so that they can go find them while nobody else is out there even looking for them. Picking back up with the three, they go looking for Cassie. Taking the Supermobile, they are making their way across this desert, seeming to be nothing but flat land. Something happens. A rock comes up right in the middle of their path. The supercycle getting thrown off to the side. We see a crack in the ground and zombies come pouring out of it. The three of them going in to do this brawl against some zombies, but they quickly recognize that there is something wrong with their abilities. Connor grabbing the other two and getting them out of here. They see a cave system up ahead. Making their way over there, this is when they run in to Lex Luthor, Captain Boomerang, and Deathstroke. Alright gang, so as we jump into this issue, we have Deathstroke, Boomerang, and Lex, with Cassie, Wonder Girl laid out in front of them. They are letting Young Justice know that if you do not come out here right now, we will put a bullet in Cassie's head. Tim Drake making a point that he doesn't remember any of these guys actually hanging out together, never being associated with one another at any point in time. Of course, Connor, he is only focused on saving Cassie, but Impulse, what he recognizes is that these guys, they seem to be chosen specifically for them. Deathstroke had blown off the kneecap of Impulse. Captain Boomerang had killed Tim Drake's father. And of course, Connor and Lex Luthor. Whatever this world is, Connor seems to very much enjoy being here. Whatever this world is, he believes he has gotten a second chance. A chance to change how their lives had turned out. Impulse trying to convince Tim Drake that he has to be able to see this. But right now, with Cassie in danger, Robin believes that they have to go in and follow Connor. Impulse knows that this is all such a distraction to stop them from investigating what this world actually is. Being outvoted in this situation, R3, they go in, and Young Justice is in full effect. As our villains start getting their butts kicked, Impulse is able to take the gun away from Deathstroke, and he has the opportunity to take the shot. We have Cassie waking up, and she is even encouraging him to do so. This is when he recognizes that things just aren't right here. When he slows down or he speeds up, the world looks off. Almost like this is an old computer program. He can even see tracking lines that are all leading to Cassie. This makes him think that maybe, just maybe, somehow she is controlling this reality. And if Robin and Superboy are not going to help him out, try to figure out what is going on, he is going to do it on his own. Going over to Cassie and asking what is happening. He knows that she is part of whatever is going on here. Superboy coming and interfering. Superboy and Impulse, they begin to argue, because Impulse is just trying to have them see, open your eyes and look around. Cassie is constantly egging them on, and it's just not today. It has been every single encounter that they have been in. She has been there instigating every single fight. She is popping up in places when she shouldn't even be able to, while Robin is still taking care of Captain Boomerang. This is when Superboy and Impulse begin to fight each other. As Robin finishes up everything going on with Captain Boomerang, he goes and splits them up. And while the three of them argue amongst each other, our three villains, they just disappear. This is when Impulse goes up to Cassie and he's asking her, alright, it is time to spill the beans. It is time to let us know what is happening. Nobody listens to Impulse. Robin and Connor both are combating everything he is saying. Robin believing that they need more data to understand the situation. And so with Bart finally being fed up with all of this, we see him speed off. As Superboy begins to tell Robin that he just needs to chill out, let Bart go do whatever he wants to do. And this is when Robin, he really confronts him and says, what's going on with you? The truth is, Connor sees this place as an opportunity to have a new life. The more Bart and Tim try to say this place isn't real, the more he fights it because he wants it to be real. With Tim Drake also leaving, we see our Young Justice has split up, all of them going on their own path. We pick up with Impulse outside the Flash Museum. Running at his speeds, he notices that something is off. When he had just run past it, it looked like it wasn't built yet, but when he goes back, it is fully completed. This reminds him very much of a virtual reality program that he was raised in before he came back to the past. In the digital world, everything took a second to load up and catch up to his speed. This is when Cassie arrives. Not knowing how she got here so quickly, she is letting him know that he has one more chance. One more chance to accept this world for how it is. Unable to do so, knowing that there has gotta be some kind of cost, that this is all too good to be true. We see Cassie snap her fingers and Impulse disappears. Looking over Gotham, we have Tim Drake. Appearing from the shadows is Cassie, the two of them having a conversation, and she lets him know that in this world, he can be Batman. While he tries to say that that's not something he really wants anymore, she knows deep down that is all he has ever wanted, telling Robin that in this world, there is no Damian. There are no shadows for you to be in. And while he may be envious, jealous of his brothers at times, at the end of the day, all of the Robins are his brothers, and he wouldn't trade them for anything in the world. And so again, Cassie snaps her fingers and Tim Drake disappears. And so last but not least, we have Superboy looking over Metropolis. Cassie yet again appearing, letting him know that in this world, you are Superman. In this world, you get the girl. You get to live life exactly how you had planned. That all of this could be his. This is when he knows that Impulse was right. None of this is real. And so for a third time, Cassie snaps her fingers and Superboy disappears. Our three heroes waking up in the Watchtower. All of them feeling like they just went 10 rounds with Gorilla Grodd. Cassie is letting them know that she was left with no choice, saying that he has been very clear on what will happen if they don't accept this world. And she doesn't go into detail about who he is, but she says that he gave them the chance to accept this world on their own terms. As Bart tries to quickly explain, he believes this is some kind of simulation, some kind of computer program that they have been stuck in. And whoever this mystery individual who is controlling this world, this digital reality is, they are sending the entirety of the Justice League. Every hero you could think of is getting thrown at Young Justice. Alright gang, so we are picking up with our Young Justice fighting everybody. Our Young Justice, they still have no idea how they even got to this world, but they know things are off about it. Nothing seems right about this place. With all of the heroes descending down on top of them, we see the boys trying to communicate with one another. The only problem, someone has snuffed out the sound waves, which means talking to one another is almost impossible unless you're right next to one another. And while this entire comic, it hugely focuses on the battle, it is also focusing on their inner dialogue, with a lot of narration coming from Superboy, and he has to admit to himself that being back in this time era, it brings back so many good memories for him. Even currently fighting against all the heroes, this is the time that Young Justice was at its best. And while Tim and Bart, they may not remember, Connor does. They were the kings of this era, believing that the other heroes, they had absolutely nothing on them. They were reigning supreme in his mind. And as they sit here and they fight all the heroes, this is when Connor decides to stop, telling both Robin and Impulse, stop fighting. What would happen if we stopped throwing punches? Because right now they are only fighting us because we are resisting the world we are living in. That they have been beaten, bruised, and battered out in the real world. What if they decide to make their new start here? What if they stop trying to make a good thing bad? Now, of course, both Robin and Impulse, they want nothing to do with this place. They know it's not real. They know that this cannot last, no matter even if they wanted to stay or not. And so now they have to try to convince Connor to come back with them, to help them get back to their world. Also, one thing I do want to point out, we see Connor grab hold of Kyle Rayner's freaking Green Lantern ring and smash it in his palm. And I'm not gonna lie, this isn't something that I remember seeing throughout comics. Do you guys remember at any point in time where someone has been able to take off a Green Lantern's ring and simply crush it in their hand? But that's what's going to take us over to Titan's Tower. We have Arrowette, Wonder Girl, and Red Tornado. Right now, they are focused on getting off-world, on trying to find where the boys may be. They came here to Titan's Island to try to find any kind of jet or something that may be able to help them get off-world. As they walk inside, we see all the statues of the dead junior heroes. A place that Wonder Girl just simply does not like to be. A place full of horrible memories. From when Donna to Connor died, even Jericho. And while Wonder Girl, she really does appreciate this place, it always felt inevitable that they were going to end up in here as a statue. That it was simply a matter of time. We can see that Wonder Girl, she does have some trauma deep down in her. She may be bottling it up. She may be keeping all of this to herself. And when Arrowette tries to say, why didn't you talk to me? Why didn't you come to me and tell me these are the ways that you were feeling? The problem is, Cassie did try to talk to her. But Sissy made it a very strong point that she wanted nothing to do with Young Justice. What she doesn't realize is when Arrowette decided to cut off Young Justice, to cut off Robin, Impulse, Connor, she wasn't just cutting off all of them, she was also cutting off Wonder Girl. The truth is, Cassie always wanted to talk. She always needed somebody to just listen to what she has been through. But anytime she tried, Sissy wanted nothing to do with her. This made Wonder Girl feel as if she was almost invisible. And speaking of invisible, when Red Tornado chimes in to let them know that there are no jets in the hangar, they do bring up, what about Wonder Woman's invisible jet? And so 12 hours later, and a trip to Themyscira, they now have Wonder Woman's invisible jet and are making their way through the cosmos. And though their argument still has not come to an end, as they are making their way through space, this is when they start running into a bunch of little creatures that are landing on their ship. Those creatures are space mites. That's what brings us back over to the boys. And we are seeing all their years of pent-up aggression, all their years of being mad at each other, being upset. Everything is coming out. Everything is being brought to the table. This is almost like a therapy session that these boys never had. One that they probably should have had quite some time ago. They try to let him know. They try to let Connor know that this world isn't any better than the one we came from. Connor asking them, you really want to go back to the world where I died? Did you truly have a better life with me not there? But Robin does enlighten him. Connor had died. Robin feeling as if he was left alone. And then he showed back up like nothing happened. Like it didn't completely ruin his life. And now Connor sits here and acts like Tim Drake didn't do everything that he could possibly do to try to bring Connor back. Also, apparently Robin is carrying around some kryptonite. Not sure where he got this, but that's how they're able to fight Superman and all the other Kryptons that are here currently battling in this fight. But Robin sits here and he reminds them, he reminds Connor that they are not their past. Their past cannot define them because who they are after these traumas, the person they become, after everything has fallen apart, that is what truly matters. And while these two are sitting here arguing, Impulse decides that he is going to chime in with all of his trauma, believing that these guys don't take him serious. They don't ask how he is doing, they don't listen to anything that he has to say. Even when he was sitting here telling them that something was wrong, that they have treated him like a sidekick for years. And this is treatment that he is used to getting from all of the other Flashes, but not from them. And so while they have their little therapy session while battling everybody, we have Wonder Girl, Red Tornado, and Arrowette who are struggling to get these space mites off of their ship, with Red Tornado and Arrowette heading out into the space, heading out to take them off of the ship. That is when Arrowette, she gets her hose cut. No longer having oxygen, floating out in space, Red Tornado is able to save her just in the nick of time before she goes too far. This is when they get an alert, some kind of signal that Impulse had shot out so that somebody could hear them. And that's what takes us back over to the boys, with Impulse reminding them that this place is filled with memories. But these memories are different. These memories, they aren't theirs. Looking back at everybody that they have faced so far. And so if this place isn't a creation of their memories, the question is, which one of their villains could possibly be able to create a world in this manner? That is when it is revealed. This is Mickey Mxyzptlk, Mr. Mxyzptlk's son, and he lets them know that he is their biggest fan, and he wants them to stay here, or it very much could ruin his childhood. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we have our three heroes who are talking to Mickey. He lets them know that he created the perfect world for his favorite heroes. He completed it with their best girl by their side, that being the Cassie that he has in this world. He thought about bringing the real Cassie along, but she has gotten older, as he puts it. He says that this one is far more fun, far more controllable, with Bart being the one to go in first, from the ground, we have some kind of undead or demon hands that grab hold of his legs. They grab hold of Tim Drake, saying that Bart Allen, he doesn't lead the charge. It is okay for him to just be comic relief. It is okay to be the way you are, the way you were when you were younger. Don't you miss it? Because he sure does. These were his heroes. Back in those days, these are the guys that got the glory. They were the ones that got the girl. And then all of this was taken away from them. The people that brought them up, who trained them, who promised them the world, they failed them. They left them alone and left them to rot. Instead, they got new proteges, like Wallace West, Damian Wayne, and Connor Kent. Now, Bart is trying to figure out, like, is this some kind of weird daddy issue thing where you just didn't get enough love as a kid? But he says that it's more than that. It's about an entire generation getting stuck in limbo, like they are disposable. The truth is, Mickey was supposed to be the one to take over control of the fifth dimension once this generation of heroes took their rightful mantles. But instead, that never happened. In fact, he believes that they were all brought down. He brought them here to give them gifts so that they could take out the people that did the most damage in their lives. As these hands look like they are about to kill Tim Drake, with Connor pleading with Mickey to let them go or you are going to be down a couple of favorite heroes. Releasing them from the grasp, Mickey simply lets them know that he is trying to help them when no one else would, because the truth is they have been replaced. This is where we see a little bit of everybody new, and if I'm gonna be honest, what they're doing is holding up a mirror to some fans, holding up a mirror and saying, hey look, you are Mickey, because he goes on talking about how these three have been replaced with people that don't have any right to be here. He doesn't care about any of those characters going on adventures and giving us stories that nobody even asked for. Why can't it go back to when we were younger? These three were the heroes that really meant the most to him in his childhood, and he never gets to see them anymore. They're either killed, removed from the timeline, or just forgotten about while these guys take over. And at this point, Mickey is sick of it. He is sick of seeing characters he doesn't want to see. He is sick of the changes to characters. He is sick of them growing up. He wants them to be the characters from back in the day. He wants these characters exactly as he remembers them without any true growth. With our heroes letting him know that those heroes, they are just as important as us. While these three may have had a rough go of it, so have all the other heroes. They aren't better or worse. Just because these guys have been around longer doesn't make them any better than any of the other heroes. And Mickey doesn't get to tell people that they don't belong or that they shouldn't exist. That these heroes, they make the world better. Mickey being infuriated, saying you should never meet your heroes, he snaps his fingers. And that is where blobs of fire start coming out of everywhere. Not really sure what to do or where to go. These are Mickey's heroes. They showed him who he needed to be, and he is right. He believes himself to be right, and he refuses to accept that he could ever be wrong. Not really sure how they're gonna get out of here. We see a bat bomb being thrown. There's an explosion. There is a crash. And then we see the Cassie from this dimension with some kind of arrow stuck to her forehead. This is where we have the arrival of Cassie, Arrowette, and Red Tornado. This is all because of Bart Allen. Using the sound waves, he sent out a signal, hoping that it might reach Cassie, knowing what her frequency was. There is a giant red light in space, one that was in the shape of a lightning bolt. Believing who else could this possibly be? It took one explosion and they were here, with Cassie still trying to figure out where the heck they are and what is going on. Seeing another version of herself, Cassie making fun of the three, thinking like, you guys thought that that was me. How could you possibly think that that is me? As they all apologize, she says that it is fine, that they're gonna talk about it later. Right now, she is just happy to have all three of the boys back. As Arrowette asks who the kid is in the bad hat, Tim Drake asks him what his name is, but he says he's not dumb. He's not gonna be easily tricked. Back in the day, that may have tricked his father, because if he says his name, that sends him back. And Mickey lets them know that they are not getting out of here alive. But with our young Justice reunited back together, they begin to fight him off, with Bart Allen going into the Speed Force. These little blobs are eating up the Speed Force. They look like they might be outmatched. None of them are strong enough on their own to fight against this. Robin being trapped again, Bart Allen inside the Speed Force. Force. With Connor using his telekinetic energy, he is able to free Robin. Cassie finding Bart Allen, letting him know that he's gotta get out of the Speed Force. If he had just a little more power, then he may be able to open up a doorway that they could all go through the Speed Force to possibly end up back in their dimension. This is where they enlist the help of Red Tornado and Superboy. They give Impulse that little bit of a boost that he needs. The rest of them, they all protect against Mickey. Working together, they open up the doorway, all of them jumping through, and they land back where they belong. Back at Happy Harbor Cave, one place that they used to come all the time. Now it is looking like an absolute wreck, but Cassie lets everybody know that they gotta get back to the Hall of Justice. When they left, everybody was getting ready for something big, but before they are able to do so, they hear a voice that comes from behind them, because Mickey was also transported here, letting them know that he can't get rid of them that easily. The final confrontation is about to begin. Alright guys, we are picking up at Happy Harbor. Our heroes finally returned, but now that they have returned, they are facing off against Mickey. Knowing that they cannot let him escape, they get ready to make their plan, to go in on him, only for Robin's mouth to be closed up instantaneously. This is Mickey attempting to shut them down, letting them know that if you have any bright ideas or tricks up your sleeve, they're not going to work. As Cassie does everything she can to really try and persuade Mickey that this is the bad option, that what you are doing is the equivalent of a child having a temper tantrum. What Mickey doesn't know is that seconds earlier, we saw Impulse. He was going at super speed, sharing some of his Speed Force with Cassie, letting her know that he has a plan, that Cassie must distract him while he can do this plan. And the two of them truly do have a great moment, with Cassie saying that they may see him as a goofball sometimes, and while they may not have gave him the credit that he actually deserves, she does believe that he would be a great leader, with Impulse reciprocating these feelings. He gets ready to do what he needs to do. Meanwhile, we have Cassie, who is trying to get Young Justice to go against Mickey, all of them not sure what options they actually have, with Mickey getting very angry as Cassie just talks smack. We see him use his abilities, with Red Tornado being turned into a human, Superboy being turned invisible, and Tim Drake kind of being turned into stone, that if he can't be the hero, he will easily take on the mantle of villain, saying that everything he is about to do is all gonna be because of Cassie. This is when we see Impulse. Coming in, he has a quantum entanglement trap, using it to try and trap Mickey. Impulse lets us know that he is not strong enough to hold this together, that they need the entire team to be able to hold this, with Mickey being able to break free from the trap, letting Impulse know that he is nothing, while Cassie and some of the others try and distract Mickey. We have Impulse, who is trying to free Robin, with Connor still just not sure what is going on. Finding himself invisible, he's going through a real crisis right now, because while he may be physically invisible, mentally, this is how he has felt for such a very long time. But as Cassie is getting shot out of the air, as Mickey brings her falling down to the ground, even invisible, we see Connor catch her. The two of them also having a real moment here, with Connor being Cassie's first love. We're really just seeing some growth, some healing, them becoming the people that they one day truly will become. But with this, it helps him no longer be invisible. This is when we have Cassie going over to Mickey, letting him know that if you are truly as powerful as you say you are, then you would give us our powers back and you would actually test that. You would see what we are truly capable of. Are you stronger than Young Justice? Can you defeat us when we have all of our power? Deciding why not, let's play this game. He flicks his fingers and everybody has their powers back. Everybody is at full capacity. That is when we see the quantum entanglement trap pop back up. This time, all of Young Justice are there helping keep it in place. With Mickey believing that he had destroyed the trap, Impulse lets him know that energy cannot be created or destroyed. What Impulse had done is simply simply moved the trap into the Speed Force, waited until he was cocky enough to give them all their powers back. When Mickey believed that he was just unbeatable, they used this ego and arrogance to their advantage. And just like that, we see Mickey disappear, trapped inside of the quantum entanglement. Red Tornado has gotten the message. There is a battle happening at the Hall of Justice. That they are needed, everybody is needed to fight this fight. Before they head off, Tim Drake does have a conversation. The two of them at one point in time had kissed. Their relationship was very rocky after the death of Connor, but Cassie says that it's alright. They were simply just kids then, but they're not kids anymore. Not even sure if they were really ever kids because of everything that they have had to go through. One thing is for certain, they are going to ensure that the next generation doesn't have to go through what they did. Until then, Young Justice is headed into the battle. As we jump into Dark Crisis issue number 2, we are picking up with Pariah. Pariah has had such a hard time living with everything that has happened. Infinite worlds, infinite people, all of them wiped out from existence. But this is when Pariah, he hears the voice calling to him from the darkness. That voice, it offered him a second chance to restore not only the life that he lost, but also infinite Earths. To bring everything back, everything that has been destroyed, that has been wiped from existence. This comes at the cost of one Earth. That Earth being Earth Zero. It has to be destroyed for them to bring back everything. And while the Justice League sacrifice may have slowed them down, the truth is, it is only a matter of time before this new crisis comes down on Earth Zero. And that's what takes us to Titan's Tower. We have Nightwing, who has been knocked unconscious in this fight. As they drag him in, not really sure what the heck that they are going to do. This is when Dick Grayson, he wakes up. But it doesn't take long for them to find Deathstroke and his entire army. And the sad truth, Titan's Tower never stood a chance. Raven unable to do anything. Roy Harper being captured. It doesn't take long for the Secret Society to overwhelm and capture almost everybody. I will say, I think it is absolute garbage that Raven is able to be captured, but we're gonna go with it. This is when Deathstroke, he lets them know that they have already lost. That if this is the next generation, they are able to be taken over by one surprise attack. He believes that they are unworthy from the get-go. But his attack is not just on Titan's Tower. He is hitting places all across the globe, having individuals like Yara Flor, Aqualad, Firestorm, Damian, Supergirl, all of these individuals in their crosshairs. Because the fact that the Justice League is dead, Slade knows that somebody is going to try to step up, and that is exactly why he came here. He wants to ensure that nobody is filling that spot, that nobody is going to be the new Justice League. That's when they bring out Beast Boy. Slade had put a bullet into his head, doing an experiment to see if his brain is actually in his head. With him being a shapeshifter, there's a possibility that his organs, his brain, all of this stuff is going to be in different spots. That he has the possibility of moving his brain to a different spot. And so while Beast Boy has a bullet in his head, he is still going to live. But Deathstroke has come to prove a point today. He could kill every single last person in this room, and nobody would care. But Dick, the prodigal son, the chosen one, everyone would care for his death. This is where we see the battle between Deathstroke and Nightwing, because Deathstroke wants everybody to watch. They want to watch as the Golden Boy falls. Without wasting any time, we see the two of them clash together as Nightwing is able to get the upper hand. Slade lets him know that he won the first round. But now that we go into round 2, who should they pick to fight against Deathstroke, not wanting to sacrifice any of his friends? This is when Nightwing, he asks one question: if you kill me, will you let everybody go? Deathstroke saying that that was always the point. Dick Grayson was always the trophy, that he wouldn't waste his time on anybody else. Nightwing telling Deathstroke to get this over with. Do what you have to do. Deathstroke raising his staff that is also a gun, with it going off. that bullet goes through the air. In the blink of an eye, we see Jonathan Kent. Our Superman has arrived on scene. This gives them a small glimmer of hope, a belief that they might actually be able to make it through this. As the tides of this battle begin to turn, the truth is, Deathstroke expected Jonathan Kent. In fact, he even brought in something that is going to help him out. This is when we have the arrival of Cyborg Superman. With Cyborg Superman getting on scene, he goes directly for Jonathan Kent, and he lays a beatdown on this kid. And so while Jonathan and Cyborg Superman are going at one another, Nightwing is trying to figure out what Slade Wilson is truly playing at. He lets him know that this is bigger than them. They have lost so much misery. At this point, he just wants to put a stop to all of it. While having this conversation, this is where the darkness calls out to Deathstroke. Now, you guys know that I theorized the Lazarus pits that Deathstroke was put into, they had been corrupted, and this is why Ra's al Ghul didn't use it to resurrect himself, bring himself back to life. This is why he stopped using them altogether. Because Ra's al Ghul, well, he didn't fully understand it just yet. He knew that there was something off about the pits. What he didn't know is that the darkness was trying to get to him, to use Ra's al Ghul like he is now using Deathstroke. Pariah is the one pulling all of the strings. And he lets Slade Wilson know that they don't need to kill the heroes. In fact, they need to be left alive. His only job is to sow chaos, to create a crisis, and to bring the Dark Army to their doorsteps. Our heroes, they have no idea what the Great Darkness is or what is truly coming. And so Nightwing, he's really trying to figure out what the heck is going on with Slade, letting him know that he got new orders in. And while they are sparing him this day, this is just the beginning. From here, it gets tremendously harder for them. Legacy is dead. It is now open season on superheroes. And if there are any survivors, they will be turned over to the darkness. With Deathstroke and his forces taking their leave, Superman and Cyborg Superman are still fighting up in the air as they come crashing down to Earth. Both of them have taken one heck of a beating. Lucky for them, this is where we have the arrival of Cyborg, putting his heel down onto Henshaw's head, crushing the Cyborg Superman skull. They look around at all of the destruction, at all of the chaos. And this is where we see Black Adam telling the son of Kal-El that he was not ready to lead the Justice League, but says that he was wrong about Nightwing. Deathstroke may have led this attack, but this blame, this tragedy, it falls at Nightwing's feet, with Superman letting him know, if you are so great, if you are so much better at this, first of all, why weren't you here? Second of all, why don't you lead the Justice League? And that is exactly what Black Adam intends to do. Deathstroke's forces, they laid siege to his home as well, with attacks going worldwide. He believes that he has no choice but to do this. The burden of leadership, it rests on his shoulders. He promises that he is going to turn them into the protectors that they need to be. This is when we pick up in deep space. And we have our boy, Kyle Rayner, looking to be like he is making his escape from whatever is holding him prisoner. As he makes his escape, this is when he runs into Hal Jordan and Joe, giving Hal Jordan a huge hug and introducing himself to Joe, trying to fill him in on everything that has been going on. Hal Jordan lets him know this is a good news, bad news situation. Now, the good news, Guy Gardner was already looking for him. The bad news is that the Justice League is dead, letting him know that Pariah created a dark army composed of the greatest enemies, and the Justice League stopped them from invading their planet. With Black Adam being the only survivor, he claims the Justice League has died. With Wally West and all of the other speedsters, they are on the search for Barry Allen. They're gonna go face off for whoever is responsible for doing this. Now, if they were able to take down the Justice League, they are gonna need more than just a few Green Lanterns. And Hal Jordan, he definitely brought in some backup. up, seeing dozens of Green Lanterns. This fight is about to get underway. Alright gang, we are getting close to that halfway point for Dark Crisis. Right now, the world is in turmoil. The Justice League is presumed dead. Titan's tower has fallen, and Deathstroke making the proclamation that there will no longer be heroes. It goes without saying that people are terrified. Humans and metahumans, powered individuals, all of them. While there are many out here that are wanting to fight, to stand their ground and not let Deathstroke become some kind of tyrant, there are others that are headed home. The world has lost hope. The biggest symbol, Superman himself, is gone. But even those that still have that hope, they feel like they didn't do enough. And that's where we pick up at the bedside of Changeling, aka Beast Boy. Now, I don't recall them ever really flushing out the storyline that Cyborg and him had been mixed together. Raven was using her abilities, using her powers to make it look like the two of them were separate. But the reality is that they were never apart. I don't remember them fixing this. If you guys do remember, let me know what issue it is. I need to go back and read it. But for the sake of Dark Crisis, Beast Boy had just recently taken a bullet from Deathstroke. Mr. Terrific letting them know that Beast Boy is going to be okay. He is going to live. The only issue, they believe that the trauma, it may have done much more damage than that bullet could have ever done. Donna Troy going on to say that they have been attacked by Deathstroke before. This is obviously not the first time Titans have had to deal with him, but this time, he was out there to make them suffer, to try and break their fighting spirits. Outside in the waiting room, we have a whole collective of heroes that have gathered together to be here for Beast Boy. But the heroes know that they can't stay here in this hospital forever. There is every C and D-list villain out there on the streets causing chaos. It seems like everybody is acting as if there is no tomorrow, and they are just going for it. They currently have Young Justice, who is more or less missing. Cassie did say that she was out there looking for them, trying to find them. Her and Red Tornado. But these aren't the only individuals to go missing. And then we have Black Adam's new team. Some kind of attempt to rebuild the Justice League. Jonathan Kent really bringing together a random batch of individuals to try and combat the Great Darkness. From the Blue Beetles to Aqualad, we pick up with Black Adam giving them some training, letting them know that the Justice League was easily taken out by the Dark Army, that they are still out there and they will most definitely be coming for us, that we need to be prepared. We need to do what is necessary to win these battles. Not only that, they have Deathstroke and his private army that are out there also working for the Great Darkness. Our heroes don't know that he has been infected by the Great Darkness, but they are very soon going to learn exactly what is going on here. Black Adam recognizing that they're probably not going to do what is necessary. This is after a conversation where he more or less has captive Count Vertigo, because Black Adam knows that these attacks, none of them are going to stop unless they do what is necessary. Put down the threat that is sending this after you. Of course, Jonathan Kent and Supergirl, they greatly oppose doing any kind of serious harm to somebody. The code they live by stops them from doing what Black Adam believes is necessary, and that is to kill every single person that opposes them. Damian Wayne making it known that we already know what Slade Wilson's plan is going to be. He is acting as a general. His secret society is his army, and at this point it is simply a numbers game. Deathstroke is throwing as many villains as they possibly can at our heroes, overwhelming them, spreading them out across the globe. And this is when Deathstroke will finally make his strike, and he knows that they will never kill these villains. This puts their heroes at a great disadvantage. And this is exactly why Black Adam believes that they should, to hang Vertigo from the Hall of Justice as a warning to anybody that might threaten them. Jonathan Kent obviously getting very heated, even going as far as more or less threatening Black Adam as his heat vision begins to rise out of his eyes. And there are still individuals who believe that the Justice League might not be dead. Black Adam is swearing that they are dead, that he saw it with his own eyes. He was the last one standing in that battle, believing that if they have any chance of defeating this great darkness, they have to do the extreme. This is where Yara Flor comes into play. Using her lasso, she grabs hold of Black Adam. At first, Black Adam, he sees this as a possible challenge, but he also recognizes that this is a waste of his time. These heroes aren't gonna do what needs to be done to stop the Great Darkness. The only problem, Jonathan Kent's Justice League, this team, they are falling apart. And without Black Adam here to keep them together, as soon as he leaves, we see all of the other heroes, they take off to see their friends, to see their family, to see their loved ones. And so with everybody leaving, we get an argument between Damian and Jonathan, because Damian, he fully believes that Black Adam is right. He knows that they have not reached the darkness. And when it does finally come for them, when they are in their darkest moment, they are not going to be ready for it. This is when the two of them, they are interrupted by some amazing old heroes, a blast from the past. This is where we have the arrival of the Justice Society. From Alan Scott, his children, all the way to Dr. Fate, the Justice Society has arrived on site and they are ready to fight. This is when we take over to Deathstroke HQ. That Great Darkness, the voice inside of his head has been talking to him, letting him know that he has a mission, that he has to create a great crisis. And his most recent prisoner is Ravager. He had really hoped that his daughter was going to join his side, join forces with him, and lead this army. But even she says that he has reached an all-time low. She does believe that this is possibly because of Respawn. Respawn was the clone of Talia al Ghul and Deathstroke, some experimentation that Ra's al Ghul had done. But when he died in Shadow War, it really did break Deathstroke. The only thing is, Deathstroke had died as well, and when he was dropped into that Lazarus pit, something had changed in him. The Great Darkness had taken over. After a little bit of conversation, Ravager has already figured out that this is not Slade. There is something off about him, something wrong about him. With Ravager giving him a great kick to the chest, all of his guys start running in, and this is when we see Deathstroke. He starts spewing out this tar-like substance. His eye glowing purple. He believes that he has found a way to start the crisis. As this tar starts to infect everyone around them, this is going to spread like a virus. Now, this is what's going to take us to Sector 666. He has brought the entirety of the Green Lantern Corps out to this sector. Black Adam had let them know that Necron had something to do with Pariah's Dark Army. The Guardians had always speculated Necron was connected to something much bigger in the universe. And now that they see the giant Black Lantern being restored, this only proves that fact. Believing that going into this is going to be the way that will lead them directly to Pariah. Believing that he might be going in by himself. Kyle Rayner and Joe say that that's not happening. We are going to go in there with you and we are going to fight whatever we see. Unwilling to bring in the entirety of the Green Lantern Corps, not wanting to risk such great power. And that's because the Green Lantern Corps is more than likely going to be the last line of defense for everybody against the Great Darkness. But Hal Jordan does let them know that if they have not returned within 24 hours, they are to destroy the Black Lantern. And so our 3 Green Lanterns, they head in to the Black Lantern. And this teleports them directly to the feet of Pariah. Kyle Rayner demanding to know what he has done with the Justice League. He lets it be known that the heroes of Earth Zero, they are special. Each individual hero is a world unto themselves. Believing that he can rebuild the multiverse by capturing all of Earth Zero's heroes. having the Justice League behind him in small little glowing orbs. Pariah truly believes that these are going to be new worlds and they are going to be reborn. That soon a new crisis is going to be on the horizon. The Dark Army is going to make its way to his world, and they are going to use the rest of the heroes to restore what has been lost. Pariah really is delusional. He believes that he can control the Great Darkness. He believes that he is the master of it, not understanding that it is truly manipulating him. Hal Jordan not wasting any more time creating light constructs of all Justice League members. He sends them directly after Pariah, having Kyle and Joe keep some pressure on him. Hal Jordan is going in for the glowing orb with the Green Lantern symbol on it. Once he gets up to it and he is able to touch it, he recognizes that this thing is more powerful than anything he has ever felt before. But he also learns that these are not worlds. That the Great Darkness, it's not using the Justice League to restore the multiverse. It is turning the Justice League into weapons. And this is where Hal Jordan bursts into a green flame. In an instant, we see the skin vaporize from his body. His bones turn into dust, but he finds himself reforming in some kind of Green Lantern haven. Someone immediately attacks him, shooting a warning shot across his bow. We see Green Lanterns descend upon him, letting him know that he is not welcome in Sector John Stewart. Back on Earth Zero, we pick up with Black Adam, knowing that the heroes aren't gonna do what needs to be done, knowing that he has to turn to somebody else after what he saw done to the Justice League. And so he believes that it is time for Doom. Standing before him, we have Lex Luthor and the Legion of Doom. Alright gang, so as we dive into this one-shot issue, we are picking up with Jonathan Kent being at age 13. As he wakes up from a nightmare, his mother is calling out to him. That is because Superman is in need of assistance. Getting up quickly and rushing out the door, he heads into the city and him and his father take down this monstrosity. This is nothing for our two Kryptonians. Disposing of this monster, they head off to the moon, having a quick conversation while they throw asteroids for Krypto, wanting to explore the universe, wanting to see what is past Pluto. But we're seeing a Superman who is more cautious to go out into the universe, to explore deep space. I also want to point out how just awesome we have Jonathan Kent's uniform. The costume that he puts on, it looks a lot like Damian Wayne. While the two of them head home, we pick up 1 year later, and that's how this story is really gonna progress. We're gonna hop through the teen years of Jonathan Kent, the years that Superman never truly got to see, as it really plays like an Elseworld story. This is a reality where Jonathan never gets taken, he never gets held prisoner, he never meets the Legion of Superheroes. Waking up from a nightmare one night, he heard the voices, the screaming, the millions of lives being slaughtered. And while Lois tries to let him know that this is nothing more than a dream, Clark Kent, he hears this screams as well, saying that this is something that happens once in a while, and the only thing that they can truly do is ignore it, to not let it get to you so much. This is what's unique about what Tom King is doing. He's taking Superman and he's really going in a different direction. A Superman that even when he hears the cries for helps, the death of millions, he stays in his own solar system. And Jonathan, he can't understand why. His father is Superman and he is Superboy, believing that they can do anything together, believing that the two of them are unstoppable. What could possibly put my father at pause from helping all of these people, even getting to the point where he is ready to fight his own father? And though Clark, he steps out of the room just momentarily because he feels great shame and he knows that his son has every right to be angry with him, but Clark lets him know that even though you don't understand this right now, you are not alone, and both of your parents, we are right here for you. And that's what takes us us to age 15. Superboy, unwilling and unable to stop himself, going to hear those cries, going to rescue the people that are needing the most help. That is his first confrontation with Orion. And he quickly learns his place. As he gets his face beat the heck in, Superman swoops in to save the day, telling Jonathan to get up on his feet because they are going home. That what Jonathan did is just shattered years of a truce, one that has been in place since before he was even born. Right now, Darkseid is deploying his armada of death, believing the Earth will soon face a crisis. They need to get back as soon as possible and protect those they love. This was his first true lesson of what is existing out there, of the turmoil of Darkseid. And then we pick up at age 16. As a gift from his mother and father, we see a Jonathan at 16 years old getting his first super cycle. What we are seeing is Clark Kent actually getting to be a father, for better or for worse. He is here for his son. He gets to do all of the things that he never got to do before. And so as Jonathan takes off into orbit, we go to age 17. At this point, Clark has promised his son that he's not gonna spy on him, not gonna see where he is, not gonna listen in to what he might be doing. But today is a little bit different. As Jonathan comes in through the front door, Clark hurries to his side because he has gotten his face beat in yet again. Hearing the screams of millions, the armies of Darkseid making their way across the universe, he simply could not help himself. He went up to face Orion yet again, but this time he did not fail. While Superboy, he got the beating of a lifetime. He was able to stop Orion, knowing that he will heal. It's only going to take a little bit of time. They are quickly realizing they cannot keep Jonathan away from this fight. And that is what takes us to age 18. Now considered an adult in the United States, Clark believes that this is a mistake, but there is nothing that his father can do at this point. Jonathan is gonna go out there and he is going to face the forces of Darkseid, with Clark Kent staying behind to be the defender of Earth, promising to check in. He can no longer stop himself, and he is going to do what he thinks is the right thing to do, giving his son a hug and letting him know that there are people here on Earth that love him, that miss him, and that they will always be here for him. As he takes off into the stars, his mother and father waving goodbye, Clark says that he wouldn't trade this for anything, because the fact of the matter is he was there. He saw his son grow up, got to see him grow into the man that he currently is, that he did not miss it this time. And so by all appearances, this is our Superman from Earth Zero. Not sure if this is actually happening or if this is some kind of dream that Pariah has put him into. But what he is getting to see is if he was actually there with his son throughout the ages, watching him grow up to be a man. One of the biggest things that he has always wanted. Now that's what takes us to the Aquaman story. This one really plays like a Future State story. While it's not exactly the same as Future State, it really does run along those lines. Today is a big day for the Curie family. Andy's grandparents, they are renewing their vows. But this day wouldn't be a day in Atlantis without a little bit of sparring, with Aquaman facing off against Black Manta, and Andy having her own little fight. This is just daily rituals for our Aquaman and Aquawoman. Picking us up a little bit later, everyone is headed to the venue, and as they head there, this is where we see Jess, aka the Flash, also the partner to Andy, with Jackson Hyde also making his arrival. We are seeing the Aquaman family. It is all brought together under one roof. Of course, this wouldn't be a superhero event if somebody wasn't trying to sabotage it. And that's where we have Charlatan, the shapeshifter, coming in, posing as somebody else, laying explosives all over the beach. This was supposed to be a massacre, but what he did not anticipate was a Flash. And what we are seeing is Jess, she is a very, very fast Flash, being able to stand in one spot, have a conversation with Jackson, while also disarming all of the bombs. With our shapeshifter trying to figure out why none of these explosives are going off, they go up to him and let him know that he just made a huge mistake, as our Flash shares a little bit of speed force with our shapeshifter just so he can watch everything happen, so that Jess can have a conversation and say, what the heck, dude, like, why are you trying to ruin such a beautiful event? And since you wanted to try to mess this thing up, how about you have a conversation with Arthur, the Flash, bringing this guy over to Aquaman. Aquaman wastes no time knocking this guy clean the heck out. But then everybody celebrates. Everybody has an absolutely fantastic time as Mira and Arthur, they watch in enjoyment. They watch at what they built. A family, a community, something to leave behind, a legacy. But Arthur, he knows that this is not real, that he doesn't have everything, not just yet. And then he seems to speak to Pariah, saying that they have not been beaten. Better people than him have tried. And the truth is, the Justice League, they have been dead before. Death has not stopped them from coming back, and it will not stop them this time. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up with the Green Lantern Corps battling something on the outside of Earth. We see that blindfolded Lantern yet again. This Lantern being Kyle Rayner. Natasha Irons also being a Green Lantern. As these lanterns battle wave after wave, we are getting narration from John Stewart's mother. She is telling the story of the Guardian being John Stewart, telling the story of his life, of before he was the Guardian, before he was the Green Lantern, in the days that he was a Marine, of his time in war, of him praying for some kind of light, for some kind of help. At the same time this story is being told, our lanterns up in space are battling the best they can, but they are getting overwhelmed. Kyle calling out to John Stewart, letting him know that they need assistance. This is where we pick up at the house of John Stewart. John currently building a fence. His mother telling a story to his sister. All of the narration has come from her. She tells us of the Battle of Oa, of John Stewart founding a team, one made up of lanterns, called the Watchtower. They have been tasked with protecting Earth, and John Stewart, he has gone into retirement. And when he took that ring off, he became an architect. And now they live this very peaceful life. No problems, no issues, just enjoying it. But this is when John Stewart's little sister begins to glow green, floating up into the sky. This is a message from Kyle, saying that John Stewart is needed, that they have found her, and that the bright revenant is with them. With John Stewart's sister going back to normal, John and his mother have a conversation off to the side. His sister unaware of anything that just happened. What we learn is that the ones attacking are known as the Radiant Dead. They are the ones who killed the old Guardians. In some kind of attempt to take down the central battery, John Stewart had saved it and he hid it away. And it takes the shape of his baby sister, letting his mom know that it really is her, or at least Jonathan's memory of her. She is just more than she used to be. And his mother, she's not a dumb woman. She never asked any questions when her baby girl was brought back to her, never aging, staying exactly how she is. Being very thankful for having her daughter back. She knows John Stewart has to go out there. He has to be the Guardian, but she still worries for his safety. And so hugging his sister, we see John Stewart take off to the sky. As he makes his way to the battlefield, we see the Guardian rise up out of him with spear in hand. We see the Guardian go in on a full attack. The Lanterns taking very heavy losses in this battle. An hour ago, they had 2,300 Lanterns, and now they are down to 932. The Bright Revenant getting too close to the central battery. We see it come alive. With a giant screech, it opens up its eyes, and we see it go in for the attack. Headed directly for Earth, headed directly for the central battery. We see the Guardian, Jon Stewart, he goes in solo. We see our Lantern cut his way through the Bright Revenant, slicing and dicing, ensuring that it will never harm this planet. He knows what this thing is, he knows how strong this thing is. He knows the power, the worlds, the gods that it has taken down. But this world, it belongs to the Guardian. With a giant explosion of green light, the Radiant Dead are in fact dead. The day being won, Jon Stewart heads back down to retirement, heads back down to his mother and sister. He continues to build his fence. Alright guys, with this issue, we are picking up with Wonder Woman in Washington, D.C. And we have Ida Beth Candy, who is being sworn in as President of the United States. The inauguration currently ongoing, Wonder Woman showing up just a little bit late. But it seems that President Candy, she seems to have a very close relationship with the Amazons. And Wonder Woman is letting her know that she has a gift waiting for her, one that will celebrate her. And so the two of them fly off to the Triad of the Amazons, to the capital city, with Artemis coming and running up, giving Wonder Woman a great big hug. The three of them make their way to a different kind of inauguration, because the Queen of the Amazons is bestowing a great gift upon President Candy. She is making her an official Amazon. It appears that she has been president for 16 years. And in that time, she has made the world a safer place. They have become great allies with the Amazons. All of them celebrating, having a great night, having a great feast. We are taken to the next morning. Wonder Woman doing her morning run, racing Jumpa the kangaroo, going to see what her mother has been up to. And as everybody tries to hurry her out of here, she's trying to figure out what's going on. Why is everyone keeping secrets? Why is everyone acting real shady around her? Trying to figure out what's up, she flies up into the air, and looking down in the center of this building, there appears to be some kind of giant missile. A missile from man's world. The Queen pulling out her sword. Diana trying to figure out what is happening. Why is there a missile? Why do you guys have swords drawn towards me? Wanting to know, wanting to investigate. She dives down into the pit. As she battles and falls down to the very bottom, she falls into the Well of Souls. And while she is down here in the darkness, this is where she runs into Dr. Psycho, trying to figure out what he is doing down here. He tells her that she can see for herself. Using the lasso, he lets her know that he has no lies to hide. The truth is, the world of man went to war. It was absolute devastation. One thing that man feared was the Amazons, sending missile after missile. Eventually, they bombarded them so much, they wiped out almost everything. But they found a way to bring the planet back. That is a sacrifice to Gaia. As the Queen and Nubia make their way down into the Well of Souls, she tries to get some answers, to understand what happened. This is when they finally tell her the truth. All of this was her idea. She is the one that made a bargain with Gaia to save man's world. That Dr. Psycho would be the man to suffer for all of humanity. Every day they would feed him like a prisoner, and every night Gaia would drink his blood. This was a sacrifice to save Earth. And Amazonian magic is what made her forget any of this that actually happened. They tried their best to hide her away from all of it. At the end, they failed. They had been foretold that once she found out, there would be a great crumbling. Their ways would collapse. And so she built a way out. Because that was no missile. That was in fact a spaceship. The city being washed away under the ocean. The Amazons are able to escape through this means. With Dr. Psycho on the back of Wonder Woman, she refuses to leave. As everyone she knows flies away off into outer outer space to make a new settlement. She goes to Dr. Psycho trying to figure out why she was really compelled to stay, thinking maybe this has something to do with him, but he lets her know a kind of awful truth. The truth is, he believes that she craves the power. How on Amazon, she may be very powerful, but in man's world, she is seen as a god, a pariah watching as the world destroys itself. What she desires more than anything is people like Dr. Psycho to be wrong. That is why she chooses the world of man, the world of women. She is going to spare Dr. Psycho's life, and she is going to save the world, which means Dr. Psycho is now working for her. His duty is to be a better man. This is the justice that she wants for the world. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are getting told a love story. But for us to get there, first we have to go through the world that we are currently in. You see, in Green Arrow's world, it is very much like Robin Hood. Green Arrow and his merry band of archers, they face off against the king and his sheriff, Malcolm Merlyn. He steals from the rich and he gives to the poor. Jumping right into it, we see a fight between Merlyn and all of his forces. And while our archers, they jump into the fray, we have Harper, we have Mia, and we have Connor. It doesn't take long for Green Arrow and his forces to overwhelm and take down Malcolm Merlyn and his forces. And while Malcolm is able to escape, he goes running off into the woods and Green Arrow is in hot pursuit behind him. Our narrator, watching all of this transpire, is a cloaked individual. This cloak looking a lot like Raven, but that is something that we'll get to at a later point in time. Right now, Green Arrow is hunting through the woods looking for Malcolm, but as he makes his way through these woods, this is when the mist comes. A portal opens up and Oliver finds himself in a giant city, unlike anything that he has seen in his world. Not sure where he is. This is when somebody attacks him. That somebody is Black Canary. Neither of them knowing who each other is. They both start attacking one another. We see them fighting and it gets to a point of more or less a stalemate, of them trying to figure out who one another is. Both of them feeling like they know one another, but they both believe that to be impossible. But the impossible is now being questioned because a giant portal just opened up on the outskirts of her city, one that leads to a giant forest where Oliver Queen had come out of. As the two of them go off arm in arm, she goes to show him something new about this place. This is when from a crack in the ground emerges an archer. A new player has emerged, and his mission, it is just beginning. That's what takes us over to the Canary Club. This is Black Canary's own club. The two of them, they sit down, they have a drink. They know that they know each other, they just don't know how. The feeling is familiar. The connection, it is almost immediate. As they sit here and they get closer and closer, there is a giant explosion, blasting both of them back. Emerging from the rubble, we see Oliver Queen. This is when Green Arrow recognizes that this is in fact himself. Not sure how it is possible. The archer that stands before them, he is one that never left the island, letting Green Arrow know that he doesn't belong here, that he doesn't belong in this world, that he needs to go back to his island, go back to that hellish place that they once found themselves. That is his mission. That is why he emerged from the ground. With this battle getting kicked off, we see Black Canary and Green Arrow fighting against Oliver Queen, with Canary using one of the explosive arrows from Green Arrow's arsenal. She is able to make a giant explosion. The entire place erupts into flames, and our island Oliver Queen, he appears to be gone. As the two of them embrace one another, they kiss as if they have been lovers their entire life. And in spite of villains and even whole worlds conspiring to keep them apart, there is no way to separate these two, because it is destiny for them to be together. Sometimes there are consequences, other times heartache in addition to joy. Soulmates always find a way. Our narrator, our cloaked individual. He should know best because this is Oliver Queen. That is what takes us over to the Battle of the Dark Army, the death of the Justice League, with Green Arrow on the ground appearing to be dying, Canary holding him in her arms. We see Pariah creating the individual universes for the both of them, each of them having their own worlds, Earth Black Canary and Earth Green Arrow, each of them being plagued by dreams, being plagued by nightmares. Green Arrow has seen Black Canary in his dreams over and over and over again. He has recreated this image. He has scanned the world for her, but he has not found her. And so, Green Arrow, he decides that he is going to devise something that may be able to help him find her. He creates a spaceship that is going to let him go into a different universe. And while John Diggle tries to talk him out of this, tries to let him know that he should stay here, he suits up, he grabs his arrow armor, and he heads out into the unknown, lifting off into space. He is able to break through his world and go into hers. As soon as he does, she knows immediately who this is. Because of Oliver Queen's arrival, both of their created worlds, they begin to self-destruct. Pariah a little bit frustrated because both of their worlds have fallen. Again and again, countless worlds, the end is always the same. Not really sure what it is about these two that keep their realities from taking hold. Believing that maybe, just maybe, he should kill Green Arrow and call it a day. That he may be down a world, but at least he wouldn't have to worry about all of this craziness. This is when Black Canary informs him that if you want to trap us in a world, you don't have to kill Oliver to do so. There is another way. The two of us, we always find each other. We always find a way to get to one another. Oliver will never rest unless he finds me. So the way to solve for this is to simply put us on our own planet. Leave us happy. Leave us content. This is when Pariah finally realizes. He understands where he went wrong. The other members of the Justice League, they fought alongside their comrades. Well, Canary and Arrow, they are so much more than that. A special bond that requires a very special prison. It requires a cage made out of true love. And alright guys, so as we dive into this one shot, what we're being shown is the last city standing. One last sanctuary. Gotham stands while everything else is desolate. It is a chaotic, hellish, apocalyptic wasteland. But Gotham City, it is a gleaming marvel, and that is all because of the architect. As we see the architect overlooking the city, he gets word of an incident that went down last night. This incident is caused by the Knight, aka Batman. As they begin looking at all of the footage from that night, they see the Knight taking out all of these guards, having no audio to see what is truly going on. The only thing they see is the Knight laying waste to all of these men, with the Knight taking out all of the goons. This is when he grabs hold of Oswald Cobblepot. Oswald being hired to move all of this tech, trying to let the Knight know that this has nothing to do with him. But the Knight has hunted the Penguin for many years. He had spent decades investigating false leads, false connections, finally obtaining DNA match, a proof that Oswald is the one that killed his parents. That is when the Penguin starts laughing hysterically. Something about changing the evidence, hacking the machine, saying that he did nothing to him, laughing because he doesn't know. This is when the Knight uses his helmet, uses his face, and smashes in Penguin's face. The architect watching all of this, wishing that he knew what they were talking about. We learned that a plague of madness had taken over the world. A psychic virus so destructive the way it shattered minds, literally breaking reality. The architect had created a machine, one that gave Gotham this safe haven. As they have this discussion, this is where we see the Knight jump in, breaking through the ceiling, grabbing hold of the architect, taking him to a hideout. We see the architect wake up, and the night starts going on about villains, about something being unsettling, about solving old crimes. Now he is unsure. After doing a scan, he found some anomalies in his own brain. In fact, he found a match to his brain. Thought patterns, neural frequencies, psychic profile, everything. Removing the architect's mask and taking his own off, it is revealed that both of them are Bruce Wayne. One of them are a clone, and so they compare their lives. They compare their memories. Both of them having their memory of the parents being murdered in the alleyway. Though some of it is very hazy because of the plague, the collapse, it scrambled everything. But then there is the divergence. Always hating the name Wayne, that is why he went with Wax, or as others call him, the architect. This is when the men of the night come in. They whisper something in his ear. We see that something has been done to them, calling them sneer touched. An operation that he does that cures the madness, but leaves them pliable, blank, and useful. Having a signal of where this technology was going that the Penguin had been carrying. That is what takes them to the Madlands, the world outside of Gotham City. Wondering why the architect never concerns himself with who killed their parents. And he lets the Knight know that of course he did. But what difference would it make? He was working to improve the world. He didn't have time to fixate on his own trauma. They come up to an old abandoned building. On the outskirts out here, the madness has taken hold of anybody who is even close to this area. What we see is the sneered face. They are trained up. They are used as guard dogs. As they go inside, this is where they see an old familiar face. Inside is Alfred Pennyworth. They had thought he had died, a fiction that he created so that he could hide out. This is when they get taken to the lab that previously belonged to Professor Jonathan Crane. He had been experimenting on his own patients, exploiting their aberrations, believing everything was going well until he brought inmate 3141, looking very familiar to the Joker. They say that he is simply a killer, a nameless drifter. His unique psyche had overloaded Crane's machines, even as they atomized his body. What emerged, what escaped, was insanity, was the psychic virus. But it didn't take over Gotham, nor did it take over Bruce Wayne. It is here where a young Bruce Wayne studied the aftermath of Crane's catastrophe. He studied all of this in the hopes of being able to overcome it, but he realized that he would never achieve this unaltered. There was too much conflict inside of him. His drives, his genius, the savior and the destroyer. In a different world, the polarity might have made him a stronger composite. Obsession tempered with consciousness. But here in this world, this held him back. And so he cut them apart. When the architect asked them, which of us is the fake? Which of us is the clone? Alfred lets it be known that neither of them are the clone. The first body was copied so perfectly that it would make no difference. Only the psyches are what is distinct. Alfred maintaining the work ever since. When they ask why, Alfred Pennyworth says, for love, for both sides of you. The truth is, the young Bruce Wayne, he freed himself. One of them the monster, one of them the creator. He knew that for the darker half of himself, that this is happiness. Batman becoming the Knight, Bruce Wayne becoming the architect. But the problem is, it is not effective for both of them to know about this. They tried it once or twice before, apologizing to both of them, but Alfred flips a switch and we see them electrified. This will be the 53rd time that they have reset. Sooner or later, they always find each other, having the men go ahead and take them back to both their respective places. The architect finding himself back home, and the Knight finding himself hunting down his parents' killer, taking out the scum, the bottom, the lowlives, the criminals, the cowardly lot, and neither of them having any idea of the other. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up with our Flash family trying to figure out where the heck is Barry Allen. They are attempting to find him using his Speed Force signature. Every speedster having their own unique signature. This is almost like a fingerprint. As they try to hone in, they have have to figure out which one is their Barry Allen, because at the end of the day, this is all theoretical. They may have a frequency of a Barry Allen, but it doesn't mean that it is their Barry Allen. Theoretically, it could lead them to any Barry Allen in the Omniverse. Using Mr. Terrific, he opens up what he calls a speed portal. Speedsters being the only one to truly be able to use this portal. But even for a speedster, there is definitely some risk to this. But with the Justice League dead, Barry Allen missing, he is one of the greatest heroes that has ever lived. If they are going to face off against whatever is going to be coming their way, they need Barry Allen more than ever. And so having Wally West, Max Mercury, Jesse Quick, Wallace West, and Jay Garrick, the mission is about to begin. Things are about to get underway. That is, until we have the arrival of Linda and the children. Irie and Jai come running in. If you've been following the Flashline, you know just recently that they helped defeat Eclipso, with Jai getting his first name, his first code name, and that is Surge. While the kids come in and they say hi to everybody in the room, Linda has been hiding something. She has been keeping a secret, because just recently we have seen her develop speedster abilities. Not knowing why, not knowing how, Linda is connected to the Speed Force. And though she wants to take this opportunity and she wants to let Wally West know what is going on, we see the speed portal open up, with Mr. Terrific giving everybody the lowdown on what these bracelets they are handing out are gonna do for them. This just helps triangulate their situation, their position, and so they press this button and it will send them back home. It is also supposed to lead them to whatever frequency Barry Allen is putting off. What nobody noticed was Jai and Irie, with Irie grabbing hold of a bracelet for both her and her brother. She is ready to prove themselves to be heroes. Grabbing hold of him, running through this portal. Jay Garrick sees this and he goes chasing after them. Not really sure if they are fine or okay, Mr. Terrific, he starts going over all of the data. And while they appear to be fine, they have arrived at location, unable to bring them back because Mr. Terrific did not install a button for like emergency situations to drag them back home. There is no manual override, which means they have to press the button to return. And so Wally West, he now has a new mission. Not only do they have to find Barry Allen, he also has to find his children, with all of our Flashes breaking up and going into their own teams. All of our heroes rush into the unknown, with Linda and Mr. Terrific being the only ones left behind. Mr. Terrific has to ask the question, how long have you had powers? At the end of the day, this is Mr. Terrific. While he may not have put in a manual override on those bracelets, he is still one of the smartest men alive, if not the smartest man alive. And so he was definitely able to pick up on the fact that Linda has abilities. And though Mr. Terrific really doesn't say much, the only thing he does say is that you need to tell Wally. Now that's when we pick up with Irie and Jai. The two of them together, they have landed in a brand new Earth. Somewhere in all of the multiverse, in all of the Omniverse. As they make their way out of the alley, looking up to the sky, we see something very unique. We see Allen Tower. We see Allen Tech. And from the shadows, standing behind our two young children, we have what appears to be Barry Allen as the Batman. That's what takes us to Max and Jesse. The two of them, they find themselves in a hellish landscape. Not really sure where they are or what place this is. By all appearances, this has to be Earth. Off in the distance, they see some vehicles making their way towards them. And what this is Barry Allen. Barry Allen in some hot rod, and he is making his way across the desert, Mad Max style. And that's what's going to take us to our next Barry Allen. By all appearances, this is like our Silver Age Barry Allen. And what is more important to note is that Pariah had really imprisoned him in this Silver Age. Or at least that is what it looks like from everything that happened in Infinite Frontier. For Barry Allen, this is just a regular everyday life. spending it with his wife, spending it with his children. As Barry Allen gets the alert, he dashes outside, getting met by his sidekick, Kid Flash, aka Wally West. Wally West appearing to still be in training, and that is because his main objective is to save pedestrians and then handle their rogue villain, which just so happens to be Captain Cold. As the two speedsters get on scene, Wally West immediately starts saving as many pedestrians as he can. Barry Allen, he is focusing on Captain Cold, with Captain Cold being able to trip up Barry Allen. He goes to freeze our Flash, only for a mirror to be brought up, deflecting and reflecting this ice beam right back to Captain Cold, freezing him on the spot. This is all in a day's work for the Flash and Kid Flash. From a nearby rooftop, this is where we have Wally West and Wallace West. Not really sure what is going on, not really sure where they find themselves. Our two heroes are about to go find out. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue of The Flash, we are picking up with Max Mercury and Jesse Quick grabbing hold of those bracelets. It was triangulating a location of a Barry Allen, not necessarily the Barry Allen from Earth Zero. Getting to this Earth, what they find is that this is a Mad Max world. We have an older, grizzly looking Barry Allen. This is obviously not the Barry Allen from Earth Zero, because this Barry Allen, he's taking grenades and chucking it out his car window. Our two speedsters, they go and they help out Barry Allen, disabling all of the vehicles that are chasing after him, taking them out one by one. Barry Allen, he stops in the middle of this desert, Max and Jesse making their introductions. Barry Allen has no idea who these guys are, only confirming that they are on the wrong Earth. This Barry Allen is letting them know that wherever you come from, you need to leave, because Terra Mongus is headed directly for them. Barry Allen had stolen something from her, coming to take it back. We see Max and Jesse grab hold of Barry Allen and get him out of here before this place explodes. Taking us over to Jai and Irie, the two of them trying to press the button and get back to their Earth, with Irie just too scared to press the button. Too much anxiety, too much is going on. She was doing something wrong. This is when the red shadow appears. Jai grabbing hold of her and letting her know that we need to run. This version of Barry Allen, referring to himself as Night Flash, believes that these young speedsters are henchmen of knives, vowing to run any villains out of this city. He goes chasing after them. As he begins to catch up, Irie tells Jai to give him a punch. Right before he is able to grab hold of him, Jai knocks him for a loop, giving them just a moment to get away. This is when they have an individual in the alleyway waving them over to the warehouse, going and running and hiding. It doesn't take long for Night Flash to show up on scene, and that is what takes us over to Wally and Wallace West. Captain Cold being defeated by the Barry Allen and the Wally West of this era, as Wallace and Wally, they watch from a rooftop. Now Wally knows that this Barry Allen, this isn't the Barry Allen from this time, because looking at him, he can tell that this Flash, he is aged. He looks like he has been through it. Not necessarily that he looks rough, that he looks more mature. If this is Wally West when he was a kid, then Barry Allen should be looking much younger. And so he's thinking that just maybe this is Barry Allen from Earth Zero. We as the reader, we know that this is Barry Allen from Earth Zero, that Pariah has somehow been keeping him here. And so the two of them, they have to split up. Wally West going after Barry Allen, and Wallace West going after the young Wally West. As Barry Allen makes his way through this city, he is as happy as can be. taken down villains, headed back home, going to see his family, his loved ones. But standing in the middle of the road, this is where he runs into the Reverse Flash, bringing Barry Allen to a dead stop. What Barry Allen doesn't know is that this is Wally West. Barry Allen is seeing things. Standing before him is Earth Zero's Wally West, but for some reason, he sees Earbod Thawne. Wasting no time, he attacks him, not wanting to give him any opportunity to attack. Seeing nothing but yellow, Wally is trying to get Barry to stop, phasing through walls, trying to push him back, doing everything he can to play defensively. But the only thing Barry Allen can see is Reverse Flash. Even when he is trying to let him know that he just wants to talk, Barry Allen believes that this is some kind of trick, letting him know that he is done being tortured by the Reverse Flash, and he is never going to let him hurt his family again. With Wally trying to talk any kind of sense into him, we pick back up with young Wally West and Wallace West, and he sees this young Wally running into Aunt May's house. As they go inside, he turns around to see Wally West. Except this Wally West, he is much older. How he is on Earth Zero. Not sure if this is our Earth Zero Wally West or something else. This Wally West refers to him as Burst. And just in the blink of an eye, we see Wallace West's suit change to Burst suit. Wally grabbing hold of him, bringing him inside, letting him know that he is just in time for dinner. Everybody waiting on him. He goes inside, he sits down, and just like that, Wallace West has been sucked into this world, remembering that this is exactly how he remembers it, exactly how it is supposed to be, where he belongs. He is finally home. Alright gang, so as we jump into part 3 of the search for Barry Allen, back at headquarters where Mr. Terrific is. Right now, he is having an argument with Linda West, recently getting speedster abilities. Not really sure how this has happened, not really sure why this has happened. Right now, her children, they are out there somewhere in the multiverse, in the Omniverse, having these powers and abilities. She refuses to stay behind, though Mr. Terrific wants to stop her. If this were his child, there is nothing on this planet that could stop him from going to save them. And so in goes Linda Park after her children, and that's where we pick up with the two kids. The two of them have found themselves on a world where Barry Allen goes by Night Flash. A young boy had come out of the shadows and gave them a safe place to hide out. As Jai and Irie have a conversation about being in the wrong universe, this kid is overhearing all of it. And while he doesn't fully comprehend what is going on, he does give us the story of how Night Flash came to be. It all started with Henry Allen. He had developed a formula for rapid regenerative healing, state-of-the-art revolutionary work. Because of this formula, someone was gonna make a lot of money. An infamous crime boss went to Henry Allen to try to take this from him. And though he had no intention of handing it over, when Henry's wife and child had showed up, the crime boss knew that he had the leverage he needed to have Henry Allen turn over that formula. The crime boss killing Henry's wife and going for the kid next. That is when the lightning struck, hitting Barry Allen and mixing with the chemicals. The lab had caught fire. They believed that everyone inside had died. The truth is, Barry Allen, he lived. All of his wounds had healed, and he had been granted super speed. He became Central City's, the world's protector. But the kid lets us know that he rules more like a dictator, handing down rules from high above for everybody else to follow. This is when the kids say that they will stop the Night Flash. And while Jai is a little bit against this, Irie believes that this is what they need to prove to everybody that they are ready to be heroes. And so as they go out looking for the Night Flash, we pick up on our Mad Max world. This is where Max Mercury and Jesse have been thrown into. They are helping a Barry Allen that doesn't seem to have any speed, being chased down by a horde of people. What he carries with him is a pearl. He says that this is the last piece of magic left in this world, that this is the last bit of hope left in this world, knowing that he's not going to be able to make it to the location without the help of Max and Jesse. He says that he has to take this pearl to the location where all of this started. And so as the speedsters go to take down this entire army that is headed directly for Barry Allen, we pick up on the Flash world that Pariah has stuck Barry Allen of Earth Zero into, the Barry Allen that they have been searching for. And right now, he is beating the crap out of Wally West, because all Barry Allen sees is Thawne, as Wally is trying to let him know that it is me. Barry believes that this is nothing more than a trap, than a trick. While all of this is going on, Wallace West, he has gotten trapped inside of this dream, inside of this fake reality. He has been shown everything that he loves, everything that he cares about. It is here. This is a world that he never has to leave. It is perfect in every single way. Not realizing he is beginning to get trapped inside of this reality, Barry Allen is about to break free. It only takes a punch from Linda coming in and cracking Barry Allen across the face. This is a person that he recognizes. He is not seeing somebody else. He is seeing Linda Park West, as she begins to tell him that he needs to get his senses, that he is part of the family and he needs to break free of this. The world is in shambles. Jai and Irie are missing. The Justice League is dead. And so he needs to snap out of this and help them save everything. As his memory comes flooding back to him, he remembers what has happened. He remembers Pariah. He knows this world. He knows that it is not real. He knows that the Justice League is not dead, that they are all stuck on planets exactly like this one, worlds that are prisons, keeping our Justice League in check by giving them everything that they could ever want. Wally telling Barry that he needs to come back to Earth Zero. Barry Allen lets him know that he can't do that. The Justice League, they are alive. They need to be freed. That is going to be Barry Allen's main objective. The world doesn't need Barry Allen right now. Not when they have Wally West. Not when they have Jesse. They have Max. They even have Linda now. This is when they recognize that Wallace West is not with them. Linda asking where he is, because before they get out of here, they've got to grab him as well. Picking up with Jai and Irie, the two of them going down an alleyway with this young kid. It doesn't take long for the Night Flash to show up. And this is where the two of them, they jump into superhero action, taking on the Night Flash. As they are sitting here having this fight, this is when that young kid, we learn that his name is Knives. Two knives coming out. We learn that this kid is the villain. He used Jai and Irie to try and weaken the Night Flash. That way that he could finally take out his nemesis once and for all. But this is when Jay Garrick shows up. He doesn't grab Knives, he grabs the Night Flash, believing that the Night Flash is the one hurting them. Jai and Irie let him know that they are pretty sure the Night Flash is the good guy and the kid is the bad guy. But this is when Knives, he takes off. The kids apologizing to Night Flash, believing that he was a dictator reigning over the city. But we learned the truth. That was Knives Maroney. He was a crime boss that had killed his mother. He had also been exposed. The chemical had hit him, but he didn't just get speed. He also began aging backwards. He has been battling him for over 20 years. Every year, he gets younger. He gets faster. Barry Allen, he gets older, he gets slower. But Knives, he now has a weapon in his hand. The watch that is supposed to bring Jai and Irie back to their world, back to Earth Zero. He now has it in his hands, and he knows that world doesn't have a Night Flash. What he doesn't know is that that world is probably the last place that he would want to go. But this is definitely setting up a storyline for later on down the line, as they say their goodbyes to the Night Flash. We pick back up in our Mad Max world. Barry Allen bringing this little pearl into this place, saying that this is where it all happened, where the fraction landed, where it all started. He prays that everybody that died, Wally, Bart, Jay, and so many more names. He takes that pearl and he smashes it on the ground. This giant needle structure that is sticking out of the ground, it falls down to the earth. As it crashes, Max and Jesse are able to grab hold of Barry Allen. And so while they didn't help their Barry Allen, they didn't find the Earth Zero one, they were happy just to help out a Barry Allen that was trying to save the world. Picking back up with Wallace West, he has quickly learned that this is not real, that this is not his reality, this is not his family, and his father is not here. As everything begins to crumble around them, we have Wally and Barry who show up, letting him know that it is time to get out of here. And while they all have tons of questions that can all be answered later, the four of them jumping into the Speed Force. Barry tells Wally to let Iris know that he loves her and he will be back soon, telling the two of them that he is proud of them and to make sure that they keep everybody safe. Barry Allen splitting off. He goes to find the Justice League, the rest of our speedsters. They arrive back on Earth Zero. As they await Barry Allen and the return of the Justice League, the Flash family is going to have some work to do. And they are going to do what Flashes do best. They are going to save the world. Alright guys, so we are picking up with Hal Jordan facing off these Green Lanterns. Jason Todd looking like a Green Lantern samurai. Kyle Rayner wearing a blindfold, presumably being Blind Justice. And Hal Jordan knows that these guys are nothing more than constructs. This was created by Pariah. This is the perfect world for John Stewart. And we have Hal Jordan who gets a little bit cocky, because if these things are like constructs, that means that he has the bigger willpower. He has the power inside of him of a Green Lantern. But before Hal Jordan can actually make his first move, a giant hammer-like construct comes falling out of the sky. But before this fight can even get underway, this is where we have the arrival of the Flash, with Barry Allen coming in to save the day, knocking all three lanterns out. He goes up to Hal Jordan, and they try to make this as brief as possible. As Hal Jordan attempts to really try to fill him in on everything, at this point Barry Allen has already figured it all out. He knows this world is fake, he knows that Pariah is behind it. What he doesn't know is why Pariah needs these worlds. And he has been investigating. Once he was free from his own illusion, he raced from world to world to study each and every one of them. He knows the Justice League of Earth Zero, they have always been the nexus of the multiverse. He knows that Pariah has been harnessing all of the Justice League's energy. And so what Barry Allen is believing is that he is using this energy for something explosive, some kind of ultimate super weapon, to further get this investigation underway. Barry Allen knows exactly who they need to go to, wanting Hal Jordan to join him by his side, because they are going to have to free his mind from Pariah if they are going to get him to help. With Barry Allen carrying Hal Jordan out of here, the two of them zoom off to the next world. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, we have all superheroes that are remaining. They are doing everything they can to help all the civilians. Deathstroke and his Dark Army, they have been laying waste to everything, taking down Titan's tower. The word is out. If you're a superhero, you are going down. And in the Hall of Justice, we have Mr. Terrific, pretty much the smartest individual that is currently on this planet. He has been trying to understand what is going on, and through observing the entirety of the multiverse, while trying to explore the omniverse, they found the dark energy. And it appears that this dark energy, it pulses and surges, believing that maybe this is some kind of connection to Deathstroke. Now Deathstroke, he hasn't been seen for 24 hours. When the JSA had shown up on scene, they kinda retreated and they prepared for their next attack. The others know that this is just the beginning, that Deathstroke is just the start of all of this. And so while they hope for the best and they prepare for the worst, we pick up at the bedside of Gar. And we have Nightwing, almost in a broken state. Coming to bring the light, we have Alan Scott. Right now, Beast Boy, he is severely struggling for his life. But Alan Scott lets him know that Nightwing can't sit here and dwell on this. He can't feel sorry for himself. He can't feel sorry for Gar. What they need to focus on right this moment is making sure that there is a world he can come back to. Nightwing, he is just unable to get over the fact that he feels like he failed him. There have only been a handful of moments where we have seen Nightwing this far down on himself, telling Alan Scott to just go pick a new Justice League, pick the heroes of your choosing and go do it. Go save the multiverse. But our Green Lantern reminds him that this isn't a matter of a new Justice League. While all of them hold their respective places, while all of them have some kind of importance, right now what the people need is hope. They need a leader. And Superboy has gathered the best that he can with what's left. If they had direction, if they had someone like Nightwing to be there on the front lines guiding them, this could give everybody else the hope. And Alan Scott lets him know that while Deathstroke did all of this, he doesn't believe that he is doing this on his own accord, that it's not just some grudge that he is trying to settle. He knows there is something much darker at play. And this is what brings us to the Legion of Doom. We have Black Adam, who has come to Lex Luthor and the Legion of Doom. He has done this because he doesn't believe that Superboy and the others can do what is necessary to win this war. That, of course, is to start ripping out some spines. Of course, Gorilla Grodd and the others, they're a little bit hesitant to let him onto their crew. As it stands, Black Adam was joining the Justice League, defending himself, letting them know that the Justice League doesn't have what it takes. And what is headed our way, what is coming for us, we have to stop it, and we have to do it now. But before he is able to go into too much detail, there is a giant explosion, a boot on the back of Gorilla Grodd's head. Climbing through all of the debris, we have Deathstroke and his Dark Army. Black Adam almost immediately realizes the black chains across all of their chests. The same chains that we saw on Darkseid and the Dark Army. With Pariah observing all of this happening, we have Joe and Kyle Rayner. Both of them are battling all of these little shadow figures that are surrounding Pariah, keeping them busy, keeping them from being able to get to Pariah. With Kyle Rayner talking some smack, saying that when Hal gets back, he is going to lay a beatdown on you. The only problem, Hal Jordan and Barry Allen, they don't know that they are helping Pariah. With Barry Allen being the fastest man alive, crossing over from world to world, it is speeding up the process of all the machines. And so while they might find the Justice League, they might be able to rescue them, Pariah is saying, but by the time that they do, it is already going to be too late. And that is what takes us to the streets of Gotham, a clockwork city, and its Cape Crusader defending over it. Barry Allen and Hal Jordan showing up on site, letting Batman know that they need his help. Of course, this is Batman, and that means we are gonna see a fight. Picking up with Alan Scott, Wonder Girl, Nightwing, and Superboy, letting them know that ever since he came back from Earth Omega, he has sensed something that is very wrong with the Green Flame, with magic. As they make their way out of the darkness, there is a giant portrait. This is of Z. As they sit here and admire this, we have Detective Chimp who shows up. He has been heavily drinking, and that is because Z is gone. gone, and he is taking this very badly. John Constantine showing up and letting them know not to mind the drunk monk, and John Constantine, he begins to fill them in, letting them know that before Deathstroke, they kinda had a small idea that the Great Darkness might be upon them, and they are still trying to uncover if the Great Darkness is in fact controlling everybody, having both of our Swamp Things. And we have Alec letting us know that the Great Darkness is not good or evil, that the Great Darkness simply is, that it has no desire to control anybody, even going as far to say that he has faced it before. During the crisis with the Anti-Monitor, he had met a baby that grew into an adult man in just a few days. He told him the crisis would impact the spiritual dimension as well as many other things, and that they needed to stop the Great Darkness. But instead of defeating it, they simply put it to rest. And so this might not be the Great Darkness. This might be something that has corrupted the Great Darkness. Someone appears to be using it for their own devices, to take over everything. That's where we pick up with the Legion of Doom versus Deathstroke's army. While this battle goes underway, Lex Luthor figures out that they're pulling power from some kind of outside force. This is the Great Darkness, the one at the edge of the multiverse. He knows now that it is connected to Deathstroke, believing that if he goes for Deathstroke, this will cut off the head of the snake. With our two supervillains clashing together, Mr. Terrific and them are observing all of this happen. Not the fight, but the Great Darkness. Seeing surges of energy within the Dark Anomaly, inside of Batman's realm, inside his little world that is perfect for him. The skies begin to turn red. Black lightning is streaking across the sky. Deathstroke letting Lex Luthor know that he is on the wrong side. Lex Luthor laying a beat down on him, letting him know that he is nothing more than a puppet, than a hired gun. With Lex Luthor getting ready to blow his top back, this is when the Great Darkness reaches out, begins grabbing all of our heroes. As it takes over Lex Luthor, as it takes over the entirety of the Legion of Doom, Black Adam the only one not getting infected. We also see the creation by Pariah. The new worlds are starting a chain reaction. Mr. Terrific knowing that it is far too unstable, that their multiverse can't hold on to these new worlds. Lex Luthor and the Legion of Doom now under the control of the Dark Army. In the palm of Pariah's hand, we have the birth of a new multiverse. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up with Mr. Terrific, having Cyborg, Donna Troy, and most of the JSA. Right now, they are preparing their defenses. Slade Wilson's Dark Army is making its way across the globe. He is attacking various points all over Earth. They don't really know for what purpose or to what end. What they do know is that they have to stop this army. That is where our superheroes come into play, with the JSA taking Europe, the Bat Family taking North and South America, and the Titans, they are headed over to Asia. The only question, how are we gonna get there so quickly? That of course is where we see the Flash family. From Max Mercury to Wallace West, we have our Flashes coming on board, coming on site, ready to do some work. But before they do that, we have a quick reunion, and we have Wally West, who is really just filling them in on everything currently going on. From Barry Allen being trapped inside of his dream world, to him believing that the Justice League is still alive. Now, as everyone is preparing to head out to get ready to do this mission, we have Jai and Irie. Of course, the two kids, they want to go out, they want to help, they want to fight Slade's army. And while Linda is very much opposed to this, they use some logic that's saying practice makes perfect, that we're never going to become the superheroes that we are meant to be, that we can be if we are sidelined every single time. You could say that they are very much pushing their luck with their mother, this all being a little bit of a ruse by Wally West. You see, Wally wanted the kids to go out. He wanted them to just try to be superheroes. Because of this, he helped Jai and Irie really develop the defense, the conversation that they were going to have with Linda. Linda not necessarily on board with it, but she is okay with the kids going out. I would say overall that is highly irresponsible, especially these kids, they're just not tested, they're not trained, they barely have their abilities as is. But Jeremy Adams, for the sake of the story, he's including Jai and Irie, and we really have seen them develop as characters since Jeremy Adams has taken over writing for The Flash. This is when we see Linda completely suited up, Jay Garrick almost having a tear in his eye because of what she is wearing, almost having a sense of deja vu, with everybody suited up, ready to head out. The Flash family, they team up with their counterparts, and they all head out. From North America to Asia, our superheroes are doing everything that they can. They are doing their best to hold off the forces of Slade Wilson. This is when Wallace West chimes in, letting Wally know that Iron Heights has a giant hole in the wall. All of the inmates have escaped, and so Wallace West going around looking for any of the escaped inmates. Wally West and his family, they are headed directly to Animal Girl, because currently her and Animal Man, their hands are full. That is, of course, until Jai and Irie show up on scene, accompanied by Linda and Wally. All of them together quickly clean up this mess, not having a lot of time to sit here and chit chat. They do catch up relatively quickly, and then the West family, they head out yet again. This is what takes them to an island. This island is filled with freaking zombies. Not just any zombies, but Nazi zombies. Seeing off in the distance, Hawkman, Power Girl, all these individuals battling the zombies. This is where we get to see Jai really demonstrate his power and ability, now going by the name of Surge, because that really is how his power is like. It is like a surge of energy, but it's not long lasting, it's not powerful enough to keep him running like the rest of the Wests. But what it can do is cause absolute devastation, as his sister slingshots him onto the island. We see him cannonball into the middle of all these zombies, with a giant crash and explosion. When the dust settles, what we see is Power Girl lifting up Jai, sitting in a crater of his own creation. We're seeing just how impressive the West children truly are, with Power Girl learning that Jai has more or less super strength, that his surge of power, it takes the form of strength over speed, and so she decides to teach him the super strength clap. As Power Girl demonstrates this clap, we see tons of Nazi zombies go falling down to the ground, and when it is time for Surge to try his clap, we see how truly powerful it is. Even seeing the building that is on this island begin to collapse because of the sheer vibrations of Surge's clap. And so with their doorway opened up, we have the Flash family who goes descending down into the darkness. But what they find down there is a Lord of Chaos. They find Witch Boy. And while Wally is telling Linda and his kids that they need to get out of here, that this is out of their league and it is far too dangerous. Now, Witch Boy, he does begin to go on this monologue, hinting about the Great Darkness, about what is happening in Hyper Time. And Wally really doesn't understand what he is trying to get at. But he is saying that there is a fracture, that what is on its way, killing the Flash family right here, right now, it is more of a mercy than anything else. Because once the Great Darkness arrives, everything will be taken anyway. As Witch Boy goes in to do the deadly blow, this is when he recognizes his powers do not work. Because the whole time he was going on this monologue, Wally West was using his super speed and he created sigils, ones that the Justice League Dark had taught him, in the off chance that he ran into somebody magical and very powerful like Eclipso. These sigils take away the Witch Boy's power, at least temporarily. Wally's not sure if this is going to hold the Lord of Chaos. He tells his wife and kids that it is time to get the freak out of here. As they make their exit, they grab what members of the JSA that were kept captive, and they get out of there in a flash. a giant explosion behind them. Not really sure what happened to Witch Boy, but they are not sticking around to find out. And in the ear of Wally West, this is where he hears that Dick Grayson is calling everybody back to the Hall of Justice. But he hears a faint whisper, a whisper that is telling him he is not fast enough. That the Flash is not fast enough for what is coming, not for Chaos or the Fraction. Alright guys, so as we pick up with issue number 5 of Dark Crisis, we get a quick little map of the multiverse. With Earth Zero at the very center of it, we are seeing the Great Darkness. It is beginning to infect everything, and nobody knows that more than Black Adam. Currently on Earth Zero, fighting against the Legion of Doom. They have all become infected by the Great Darkness and Deathstroke's army. And while Black Adam, he finds himself completely outnumbered. And though that doesn't mean that he is going to be defeated or that he has failed, the odds do look very grim for him. Lucky for him, this is where we see Mr. Terrific and the others. They open up a portal. They see the craziness that is going on. They grab hold of Black Adam and they get him back through that portal, trying to figure out why they came to save Black Adam. Nightwing lets him know that his Justice League communicator was still on, but they also went and got him so they could do some scans and figure out what's going on. Mr. Terrific was able to do some scans on Deathstroke and some of his army. According to Mr. Terrific, Slade Wilson is the key to everything, because not only are they attacking heroes, but they are spreading the Great Darkness. And as this darkness grows, so too does the darkness in the multiverse. They are currently on the edge of a massive crisis. And so Nightwing tells Oracle to put out the call. Everyone needs to come back to the Hall of Justice. And though this may direct Deathstroke and his army directly to the Hall, this is exactly what Nightwing is planning for. Because if Deathstroke wants a fight, Nightwing is ready for round 2. That is when we are taken to Pariah. He is seeing the return of the Infinite Earths, each of them side by side, intertwining with one another like strands of DNA. And with him are the Great Darkness's generals, from Doomsday to Darkseid. It is all a matter of time before he unleashes them on Earth Zero. And while he sits here and he prepares for what is about to happen, Kyle Rayner and Joe, they both let him know that as long as Hal and Barry are still alive, that there is always going to be some kind of hope the Justice League are brought back together. The only problem, Pariah is hoping this happens. In fact, he is counting on it. And that is what takes us to Earth Batman. We have Barry Allen who's going toe to toe with the Batman. But ever since the last time the Flash had been here, Batman came prepared, throwing some kind of device that pulls the Speed Force from Barry Allen. It drags him down like a ball and chain, making it so he can't run at his regular speed. But this means Hal Jordan has recognized something. Batman knows who he is. He came prepared. That means Bruce is still in there. And this prison world, it is fading. So is the illusion. Hal Jordan seeing his Green Lantern ring return to him. It had only been invisible inside of Earth Batman. Using sheer willpower, he is able to make his ring come back and get his full power back. And when Batman goes in for Hal Jordan creates a light construct of the Bat family, letting him know that this world is not real. This is the real world. This is your real family. And that is when Bruce wakes up from this illusion. The only question, how do we make the others see that their worlds are not real? How do we show them the lies? And of course, Bruce already knows to go to the one person that is all about truth. And so as we jump back over to Earth Zero, we see that the Great Darkness, it is spreading more and more with every moment, corrupting and infecting every single Earth that is inside this multiverse. Right now, Nightwing is letting all of our heroes know that we have to stop it, that we have to make our stand right here, right now, with the JSA being tasked to figure out how the Great Darkness is spreading and try to contain it. We see this take place in Dark Crisis: The Deadly Green, the last issue we just covered in the last video that was just uploaded. And this leaves all of the Titans to stand their ground and face against Deathstroke. The kids of Teen Titan Academy, they also want to join in the fight. They don't want to sit back and do absolutely nothing. Under regular circumstances, Nightwing would never allow this to happen. But with the situation at hand, they need all hands on deck. This is when we see Superboy come into the room, letting it be known that the Great Darkness is not controlling Pariah, that Pariah's mind has corrupted it. They weren't able to find out how, but they were able to extract his original antimatter chamber. With Damian Wayne having some kind of plan, him and Dr. Light, they go off to do their own thing. This is when we see Wally West, Wallace West, and Jesse, letting them know that they have incoming, because outside the Hall of Justice is Deathstroke and his army. He warned them not to come together. He warned them not to be heroes. And now their reckoning is upon them. And while Nightwing and all the heroes, they go out to face this, Black Adam lets them know that you are crazy, that if you do this, the Great Darkness will spread to you, it will take you over, and it will be the end of this Earth. Letting them know that the multiverse, it will not be saved by children, that you are not the Justice League. And Nightwing knows that they never were. They have always been Titans. And so the Titans together, they go in, they charge this battle, and the fight begins. That is what takes us over to the Kent farm. We have Clark Kent sitting here looking at a picture of his child and of his wife. As the black lightning cracks along the sky, the other heroes, they have been rescued and they have been brought here. Not sure how this would go, getting ready to use the lasso of truth to show Clark Kent the world that he is living in is not real. He already knows this. And all of them recognize that Clark, learning this information, he is relatively calm. And Batman lets it be known that Superman is angry. When he is really calm, it is because he is really angry. Clark had tried to escape so many times over the years, but the world would never let him do so. So instead, he studied it. Pariah used their minds to build these dream worlds, and so he became lucid. This place is only a prison as far as their imagination will let it be. And Pariah thought that he might be able to trap them here. But Superman knew that this was a world without a Justice League. This is where we see Superman more or less transformed into what looks like crisis energy, telling the others that if they all focus on what is real, their mental connection will help break down the construct that they are currently in. This is when Pariah, preparing for his world to finally return, he notices that something is wrong. The infinite Earths are unstable. He is losing power. He needs more worlds and more heroes. As he turns his attention to the Green Lanterns, Joe and Kyle Rayner, about ready to turn them into their own worlds. This is where we have the arrival of our Justice League. Superman letting Pariah know that this is over. The only problem, Pariah says that he killed them, that their very existence is tied to the worlds created in their image, that if these worlds die, they will be erased. Meanwhile, on Earth Zero, our Titans are battling with everything they can. Trying to fight through the forces, they are unable to reach Deathstroke. As the lightning in the sky begins to crack, Jonathan Kent is recognizing that they are too late. Pariah is about to be transported to Earth Zero, with Clark Kent unable to stop Pariah before he leaves. Pariah's powers, given to him by the Monitor, they pull him towards a world on the verge of destruction. Right now, that is Earth Zero. Lucky for the heroes on Earth Zero, Deathstroke and his forces, they have pulled back. Not really sure why, not sure what is going on. That is, until there is a giant explosion. The Justice League not sure on what to do, because if what Pariah had said is true, if they go home, the Justice League could very well be erased. But they might not have a choice, because the true darkness, the true Dark Army, it has landed on Earth Zero, led by Pariah, DC's worst villains to ever be created. They are here, and they are going to destroy everything. Alright gang, so we are taken underneath the Hall of Justice. Both Jade and Obsidian, the children of Alan Scott, they have been summoned here because underneath the Hall of Justice, that is where we have Justice League Dark. With the Great Darkness now approaching Earth, we have a little bit of everybody down here from both of our Swamp Things. And we're gonna explain why Alec Holland is here in the first place. But we'll get to that a little later on in the comic. But we have Raven, we have Dr. Fate, Yara Flor, Jonathan Kent, Dick Grayson, and of course, Constantine. This is their super seance, explaining to the twins that the Great Darkness is now upon them. Obsidian knowing this to be true because his powers, they are born of darkness. He can feel the wrongness within his shadows. But there is a plan, a way to get close to the darkness. A strategy that is littered with risk, with Alan Scott going on to say that in the past, the Lantern Rings, particularly his, have shown a connection to the primordial darkness. It had been designed to absorb and shape magic, bend it to his will. That same will be able to shield them, but the ring is a place of magical fire. So he has to take the darkness into its light. They need to bring the darkness into Alan Scott. That is why Obsidian is here. And after coming to this realization, this is something that he is very much opposed to. He doesn't want to flood his father with this kind of darkness. He knows what it will do to him. He knows how painful this will be. He also understands how very dangerous this could be. But with a little bit of reassurance, he does agree to do this. With the teams chosen, our two Swamp Things being tethered to the green, they should have power over the constructs that they will find inside the ring. Having Raven, a sorceress, a teleporter, traversing the astral plane. And of course, we have our magician. Going along with them, of course, is our brand new Superman. All of the other heroes, they are going to stay behind. If something comes out of this darkness, they are going to be the first line of defense against whatever that may be. With the Green Lantern ring being affected by a little bit of darkness, we see the Green Lantern flames. They grab hold of all that are going inside of it, and they are transported inside the ring, with Alan Scott in some kind of trance as he holds the ring. Obsidian more or less putting darkness into him. Our travelers, they find themselves inside of this construct. As they look around to their new surroundings, Raven notices that Holland, the Swamp Thing, is not with them. And that is because Alec Holland, he is nothing more than a memory from the green. He has no human will. He cannot manifest himself inside of this place. And so right now, he is residing inside of Levi. With our Swamp Thing letting Superman know that we have to get moving. The Great Darkness is going to swallow this place very quickly. We are on a very, very strict time schedule. As Superboy goes to jump into the air, trying to fly and see what he can see around them, he quickly finds that this place is not the same as his reality. In this place, he cannot fly. Raven is unable to teleport as well. So if they are gonna do this, they have to do it all by foot. And with Raven being their guide, they make their way through this construct. Meanwhile, we have John Constantine, who is out doing his own little trip. You see, John Constantine, he didn't come in here to join with them. He came in here to have a conversation. He is here to talk to the darkness itself. Because he wants to know, why is the Great Darkness here? Why is it awake? Why now of all times? But the darkness lets him know that this isn't my return. The truth is, I have always been here, in the shadows, in those hiding places, the places that so many are terrified of. I have been sitting here and I have been waiting for all of the lights to go out and for the show to truly begin. And so while John Constantine has this conversation with the Great Darkness, we pick up with Raven and the others. And after spending quite a little bit of time inside of here, we are seeing the Great Darkness start to have its effect. We see Superboy is starting to lose his temper. He is becoming irritated. He is becoming irrational. And we see on the back of his neck that there is some kind of infection growing throughout him. This is the Great Darkness. Even the Swamp Thing is noticing the changes to his very own body. This is when Superboy, he recognizes the vehicle he landed on when he tried to fly, which makes him believe that they are going in circles and Raven has no idea where she is going. This is when both Superboy and the Swamp Thing, they begin to turn on Raven, believing that they are lost, believing that their guide has failed them. She tries to let them know that your minds are playing tricks on you, that Alan Scott's mind, it is trying to protect itself. His constructs, they are recoiling from the darkness, which means every time they take a step, it's kind of like a changing labyrinth. Not necessarily that they are lost, but if they keep going in the direction that they are going, Raven will eventually find where they need to go. This is when Superboy just loses it. The Great Darkness slowly beginning to infect him. Him and Swamp Thing both turning on Raven, saying that they should have known. Her connection to the darkness made her a liability, that she is just running them in circles and that she might very well be working for the Great Darkness, knocking both of them down on their butts. Raven lets them know that she is here because she understands the darkness, that she lives with it every single day. She can also tell when it is affecting them, and that is exactly what is happening. While she tries to let them know this, they are both teaming up to try to take her down. Raven recognizing that she doesn't necessarily want to hurt them, but lead them where she wants. And so she makes them go chasing after her. Meanwhile, underneath the Hall of Justice, we have Obsidian, who is still putting that Great Darkness, or the darkness, into Alan Scott. It is hurting him more and more with every minute that is passing. And while Obsidian would love to stop, if he does stop now, the balance will be lost and the heroes that are inside the ring, they will be gone forever. This is hard for Obsidian because he is flooding his father with nightmares. Every moment of panic when you think you are losing someone dear to you, every dark thought that has ever come to you at 2 a.m. when you can't sleep, he is feeling a lifetime of that all in the same moment. And so while Alan Scott fights with everything that he has, we are taken back to John Constantine and the Great Darkness, coming to him in many different forms to include Trigon. It's really trying to fill John Constantine with doubt, saying, can John truly do the job? Do you trust Swamp Thing to fulfill this task? Can Raven truly overcome her darkness when she is standing face to face with the Great Darkness? Now, of course, John Constantine, he is a smart aleck. He is freaking just vanity out the wazoo. The Great Darkness even saying this, saying, you are so small in comparison to me. I could squish you like a bug in the palm of my hand, and still you have insolence. Still, you want to talk back to me. You want to make jokes about all of this. Even as you stand in front of something that has been here before everything, before the first star ever began to burn. You are standing in the face of timelessness, and you think you are being tested. You think this is some kind of game. The truth is, why would I test you? Why would I waste my time in doing something of that nature? Because he doesn't need to corrupt John Constantine. He doesn't need to try to take him over. He knows the Great Darkness. It knows that John Constantine will be his own undoing, that it is only inevitable at this point for it to happen. It is not a matter of if, but it is a matter of when. And so he tells him, laugh it up, enjoy it while you can, because the day will come when you will be your own undoing. Picking back up with Raven, Superboy, and Swamp Thing. Raven is doing everything she can to hold these guys off without actually hurting them. But after taking some good punches, we see Raven grab hold of Superboy's head, letting the warmth, letting the good cut through the Great Darkness. helping him remember who he is. As the Swamp Thing goes in to smash Raven, Jonathan Kent stops him, lets him know that this is in fact Raven, that she is trying to help us, that we are currently under the control of the Great Darkness. Not its full control, but it is having its effect. When they wonder how Raven wasn't affected by the Great Darkness, it's because she's born of darkness. She plays that line every single day, while they are creatures of the light that help them endure, that could not stop the Great Darkness from having some kind of influence over them, and that they haven't been walking in circles. They haven't been lost. The truth is, this place is like a changing labyrinth, but the darkness inside of her, it will always pull her towards the Great Darkness. That is why she knew where to go. That is why she was the guide through all of this chaos. And now they find themselves at the very doorway to the Great Darkness, not sure what they're gonna find. They are gonna have to do something drastic if Swamp Thing and Superman are going to be able to go through there and stay in their right mind. Meanwhile, underneath the Hall of Justice, we see that the situation has gotten much worse. The Green Lantern flames completely surrounding Alan Scott. It is becoming more and more dangerous. If he stays under much longer, we may lose him completely. And that is where Jade and Obsidian, they go in to help their father. Obsidian has been sitting here not wanting to get any closer to Alan Scott, too afraid that he is going to make Alan Scott go over the limit. But Jade reminds him that you couldn't, that our father is too strong for that. And right now, he needs us more than ever. And so while they go to help their father, Raven, Swamp Thing, and Superboy, they are preparing to go into whatever this is. Now Raven, she is unable to do so. If she walks into there, the Great Darkness will for sure be able to take her over. That Swamp Thing is the only one that can truly go in there without being affected. And even then, he cannot stay in there very long, because it will inevitably take him over. And so Swamp Thing lets Jonathan know that individually, the Great Darkness, it could very well consume us. But if we work together, we might have a chance. Being a child of Krypton, but also a child of Earth. They are human at their best. They raise each other up. This is where we see Swamp Thing begin to attach himself to Jonathan Kent. As they prepare for their journey, we are taken back to John Constantine, still having his little chit-chat with the Great Darkness. And John Constantine is letting the Great Darkness know that you have sat here in the shadows for so many years. You have watched us time and time again. You know better than anybody that human beings, they are able to find their way out of the dark. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they sit in the darkness, they find their spark. They find the light. And the Great Darkness is letting John Constantine know that I am not to blame for what is happening. The Great Darkness is simply just is. Its job is to consume the light. It is not evil, it is not good, it just is. And when it comes to John Constantine, it has always looked at him with fascination, because it has sat here in the black for all eternity. And John Constantine's flicker is the only light that the darkness gets. That he would never snuff out John Constantine, because that is something that he will manage to do all on his own. Saying that even the Great Crisis, this is all of John Constantine's making. That's where we have Jade and Obsidian standing next to their father, helping him deal with this pain, helping him deal with all of this trauma and turmoil, all of these nightmares, everything that he is enduring. As Alan Scott looks over his shoulders, he sees both of his children sitting there helping him, guiding him, bringing him back into the light. And with that, we see all of the Green Lantern flames come back into the ring. The doorway is now closing up. Our heroes that are inside, they have a matter of moments to be able to get out. And that is where we pick up with our Super Swamp Thing. The powers of Jonathan Kent, the powers of Swamp Thing, they have combined into one entity. But even with the help of the Swamp Thing, they can only endure the great darkness for so long. Seeing some kind of obstruction, a splinter in the darkness, Jonathan makes his way over there, grabbing hold of it and ripping out. He pulls out a giant machine. He pulls out Pariah's machine. The fulcrum of all of this, they have finally figured out, is Pariah. As John Constantine is now coming back into the world, we see a portal open up from Raven. All of our heroes are coming out of it, and now they have a little more understanding of where all of this began. They know that Pariah is officially responsible for what is currently ongoing, or at least his machine from the first crisis is responsible. Somehow this thing got lodged into the darkness. But now that they have it, now that they have taken it out of the great darkness, they think maybe, just maybe, they might have a chance. Alright gang, so our story starts us off with the Green Lantern Corps. They are currently in Sector 666, with communication going in and out from Mr. Terrific. They are all waiting on the sign from Hal Jordan. But when the giant Black Lantern starts shooting black electricity out, we see the Dark Army. They come pouring out of the lantern, and as the Green Lantern Corps holds them off, we are taken down to Earth Zero. This is where the true battle is being waged. It is all out war, from Raven versus Spectre to Darkseid versus Superboy. Those that have not been possessed by the Great Darkness, they are holding off with everything they have, with Pariah restoring the multiverse that he has been so desperately trying to do. But to secure this victory, Earth Zero, it must die. It has to die for the infinite multiverse to live forever. A conversation between Pariah and Deathstroke. Deathstroke had been promised the end to legacy heroes. He had done what was asked of him. He got the army Pariah wanted. He created a crisis. Now he wants to be simply freed from the pain. Pariah lets him know that he will get his way as soon as this world and all of its heroes are gone. And so if he needs more slams to go to the slaughter, Deathstroke heads out to bring them. Deathstroke heading into the battle. He faces off against Changeling, and Gar definitely has a bone to pick with Deathstroke. Deathstroke putting a bullet into his freaking head. Gar has finally found that beast inside of him, no longer holding back, unwilling to let any more of his family be hurt by Deathstroke and all of his forces. As these two titans clash together, we are taken to Pariah's base of operations. We have our Justice League. They are trying to figure out how they can get out of here, because when Pariah left, he let them know that if you try to leave, all of you will die, that you guys are connected to these infinite worlds that he has created. But Batman knows that there has to be a way out of this. Even Pariah had been trapped here, but his influence has spread far beyond this at this point. This means that there is some way to get out, with Barry Allen letting us know that these infinite Earths, all the ones that Pariah had created, they are vibrating at a very rapid rate, each of them like molecules bouncing off one another. And when molecules get this big, you are bound to have some kind of explosion, that this explosion will bring everything into darkness forever. But Hal Jordan and Barry Allen, they have a plan. Hal Jordan was able to use Necron's connection to the darkness to follow him here. He is hoping that he can use the light from his ring to connect them to the rest of the Green Lantern Corps, kind of like an anchor to bring them back home. And Barry Allen is going to use his own connection to their multiverse, using the vibrations to navigate them through. Even still, they do not know if this is going to be enough to break this cosmic connection bounding these worlds that Pariah has created. So there is no guarantee that all of them will make it back. That is when Oliver Queen, he lets it be known that this is how it always is. Every time the Justice League sets out to save the world, they never know what can happen. Any day could be the day that they fall. Even him being the greatest archer in the world, he knows that missing his shot is always a possibility, but that would never stop him from taking the shot. By the dialogue, it seems like they're considering leaving Green Arrow behind. This is something that he is saying he wants to do, and while Canary doesn't want to leave him, he lets her know that he is always with her, even if they are side by side. It's very vague, it really doesn't explain exactly what is going on. The implication is that Ollie is going to somehow be left behind while all the other heroes make their escape. But with Barry Allen and Hal Jordan joining their power together, this is when they begin to find the path out of the darkness. Meanwhile, back on Earth Zero, it is absolute carnage, with Darkseid just ripping people in half, with Nightwing doing everything he can not only to defeat the army, but also try to save his friends that are currently possessed. The problem with this battle is that they cannot get close to Deathstroke or Pariah, knowing that they need more heroes, knowing that they need more help. This is where we have Jace Fox Batman. Though he may be unwilling to join any kind of Justice League, he is unwilling to let them fight this battle alone. And he has also brought some friends along with him, from Connor Hawk to Booster Gold. With all of them seeing an opening, they go in after Pariah. Pariah using all the power that he is imbued with. We have Firestorm, Steel, Blue Beetle, Booster Gold, and Connor Hawk. Every single one of them, they disappear, bringing the Great Darkness more heroes. Having new Earths created. This is the same exact thing that he had done to the Justice League. This also raises the question, if he has the power to do such a thing, why hasn't he done it with every hero on this battlefield? But we're going to talk more about that once we get to the end of the comic. This is when we see Black Adam and Mr. Terrific having the antimatter cannon. Mr. Terrific has figured out the connection that Pariah has with the Great Darkness. It is being channeled through the antimatter cannon. They are hoping that if they can get it up and running again, they can take control. They can cut off Pariah from the darkness. They can cut him off from all of his power. But with Pariah recognizing the antimatter cannon now on the battlefield, he instructs the Dark Army to go after them. That is where we have Jonathan Kent and Yara Flor being the last line of defense. Our Superboy wastes absolutely no time going in after the Dark Army to hold them off. From Necron to Doomsday to Darkseid, even Kal-El could not face against these odds. Yara Flor using her lasso to wrap it around Pariah. She is hoping that she can show him the truth, to show him that all of this is for naught, that the darkness isn't trying to help him, it is trying to destroy everything. That includes everything that he loves. And though the voice has told him everything he wants to hear, with Yara Flor trying to show him the truth, he denies it. He refuses to believe it. Breaking free from her lasso, we see Jonathan Kent just getting the hate brought down on him. These are odds that he could never win, as he gets hit with some Omega beams from Darkseid. We see these individuals just start beating the heck out of John, with his suit being torn as he bleeds from his face. He does everything he can to try and hold on, but he is outnumbered. He is outgunned, with Mr. Terrific and Jace Fox being able to get the cannon online. We see a prism surround Pariah. This is cutting him off from all the power, and we see him slowly beginning to disintegrate as he turns into nothing more than ash. He has finally gotten the death that he has so desperately wanted. This means the Dark Army is beginning to fade away, but they are not all gone. This only gives them a fighting chance. With Superboy beaten to a pulp, he bought our heroes enough time, hoping that he made his father proud. We have Doomsday coming in to deal that fatal blow. But before Doomsday is able to crush in Jonathan's skull, his fist is stopped by none other than Kal-El himself. Superman has returned, with Jonathan finding the power to fight back. Him and his father, they deal a heavy blow to Doomsday, sending him flying back in the opposite direction, letting his son know that I am proud of you, that you held them off. You did what needed to be done, and while it took me a while to get back to you, Superman and the Justice League, they had made a couple of detours before they had their arrival. That is when we have the Justice League along with the Green Lantern Corps. They come descending from the sky, and so the battle continues. But the multiverse is still in danger. The damage Pariah did with his infinite Earths it is still happening, with Mr. Terrific getting in communication with Alan Scott. We learn that the Great Darkness is still spreading across the multiverse. Whatever Pariah had kickstarted, it is still ongoing. And so many are wondering, if Pariah has been stopped, why is the army still possessed? The problem is, when a power is this strong, it doesn't simply disappear. The corrupted darkness must have gone somewhere else. That is when we see Deathstroke. With Pariah being gone, Deathstroke is now in charge, imbued with all the power that Pariah had, holding Nightwing in his grasp, having his own daughter by the throat. He had a contract. Legacy heroes are meant to die. They are going to die this day. And so this war is not over until he has had his say. Alright gang, so as we pick up with this issue, we are starting outside the Hall of Justice, with Damian Wayne giving us narration. A teenager with no superpowers, no ultimate weapon, no enhanced stamina or invulnerability. A kid standing 5'4", weighing 140 pounds. And when I first read that, I was like, man, Robin has to just be jacked to be 5'4" and weigh 140 pounds. Either you are obese or you got a crap ton of muscle on your body. But Damian Wayne believes that he is about to snatch victory from the Dark Army, with heavy hitters like Darkseid, Ares, Neron, all of these individuals. They have been unleashed on the Hall of Justice, on all of Earth Zero. Every hero that is still alive, they are out here on the battlefield, and they are fighting for survival. This is when Damian tells Jonathan Kent that they have to try something else. Now, Damian has a plan. He tells Superboy what this plan is, and while John would love to join him, he knows that he is needed on this battlefield, and so he gathers up his team quickly from the individuals that are here. This is where we have Sideways, our transportation to where they are going to need to go. The Muscle Power Girl, and a little bit of energy coming from Dr. Light, the brains of the operation, obviously being Damian Wayne. He quickly gathers these forces up, lets them know where they need to go. As Sideways opens up a portal, we see a newbie on the battlefield, with Girder getting ready to just smash her with a truck. Damian grabs a hold of her, and they jump into the portal. Landing on the other side, we see that this is a new character by the name of Red Canary, with all the members of this makeshift team wondering what the heck they are actually doing here. Damian Wayne is keeping the secrets very close to the chest, but they are on a different Earth. This is a world that has been destroyed. For Red Canary, all of this information is new. The idea of other worlds, other multiverses, even other dimensions. Red Canary is very new to this superhero gig, with Damian giving her a very quick crash course lesson in what they are about to do. We are learning that Red Canary, outside of not really understanding the world outside of her own, she is also not a very experienced fighter. All of this is new to her, but with Black Canary being gone, she has stepped up and she's trying to do everything she can. Robin telling her that she is nothing more than a liability, because what they are about to go up against, this is something that she is not prepared for. As they find themselves reaching the surface, they are on Earth 53, a world once inhabited by apes. But it doesn't really matter who lives here or who used to live here. They are following a signal, taking a T-Watch from Mr. Terrific. Damian Wayne is using this to trace Pariah's chains. As they follow the signal, this is what leads them to the Cosmic Tuning Fork. Power Girl being very familiar about this. After everything that they did to her inside of that, after everything that happened to her, this is one reason Robin didn't bring up where they were going. He wanted to ensure that everyone would come along regardless of their destination. He also brought her along because he believed that she knew how to operate this thing, how to communicate, how to interact with it. The only thing Power Girl knows is that bad guys knocked her out. They plugged her into it like a freaking battery. As they have this discussion, this is when we see the sky begin to come alive. The shadow demons are coming for them, with Power Girl lifting Damian up onto the tuning fork. He gets over to the operation panel, trying to figure out how to get this thing open. The shadow demons begin descending down on them. Luckily, they have Dr. Light who is with them. With Dr. Light using her abilities to at least keep back all the shadow demons. Up with Power Girl and Damian Wayne, Power Girl is being almost pulled apart. These shadow demons are pulling her in every single direction, while she tries with all her power to break free. We can see that she is very much struggling, trying to hold them off for as long as she can. The shadow demons, they seem to disappear, as if they are running away, but they are not running, they are transforming. We see all the shadow demons, they come into one giant ball. They form into one giant shadow demon. This is where Dr. Light gets an idea, telling Power Girl to hit her with their optic blast, being able to absorb all kinds of light. Using that heat vision, we see Power Girl power up Dr. Light. This gives her enough power to take down the shadow demon, but this is only a temporary solution, as the shadow demons, they break apart back into individual little people. This gives the team enough time to make it inside the tuning fork, with Sideways getting his abilities recharged, if you will, because he is not able to just jump at will. He needs to have the energy built up to be able to do it. This takes a little bit of time. As they follow the signal, this is what brings them to the House of Heroes, the Bleed, with Dr. Light recognizing that the Monitor used this machinery to give her her powers. Finding a terminal, they try to bring Harbinger online, but in doing so, Harbinger lets them know that they need to shut her down immediately. All of her systems have been shut down to keep the Dark Army locked out of the House of Heroes, because if they breach the Orrery of Worlds, this means the Dark Army, they could take over the multiverse in an instant. This is when Justice League Incarnate shows their faces. Except the Justice League Incarnate, they have been taken over by the Dark Army. Wrapped in chains, they are nothing more than minions of Pariah. While some members of Justice League Incarnate focus on the team, President Superman and some of the others, they are focused on breaking in. This is their main objective, as our heroes do everything they can to hold them off. Even Dr. Light's abilities are just not enough to stop them. This is when Damian Wayne thinks that if the Dark Army is able to break into there, and they are able to spread across the multiverse so vastly and so quickly, what if we get there first? What if we send Dr. Light inside? Could this work, and would it stop the Dark Army? And while Harbinger lets them know that this is something that is not advised, they have no other option. So with Dr. Light going in, she goes inside and she sees everything, knowing that Pariah's technology connected him to the Great Darkness. However, Monitor made her part of something as well, not really understanding until this very moment. Something inside of her was already shining across the multiverse. Not just the 52 worlds, but the infinite ones. As this light begins to grow, the darkness begins to scream, and emerging from there, we have Dr. Light, who has been heavily upgraded. As Justice League Incarnate focus on Dr. Light, we see that she is able to break away the chains that Pariah has on them. In an instant, this battle is over. Justice League Incarnate has been freed, and Dr. Light is more powerful than she has ever been. But going inside of there didn't work out like they had originally planned. She wasn't able to attack the darkness, but it did show her how she could fully embrace her light abilities. They may not be able to take the chains off the Dark Army, but they know that they can break them. As they prepare to head back to Earth Zero, with Sideways running on fumes, he is not really sure where they might land if he tries to jump them. That is where Dr. Multiverse comes into play. One of her gifts is the ability to see variant selves and determine their home reality, as she takes a glimpse of all of our heroes. She also gets a small glimpse of what is in store for Damian Wayne, and that is taking place currently in Batman vs. Robin, letting Damian know that he has a uniquely consistent path ahead of him. Though it's not relevant for the task ahead, she is giving him a small glimpse of what is yet to come. But having the location, we see Sideways open up the portal. Justice League Incarnate and Robin's team, they jump through and they get ready for the final battle. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up right outside the Hall of Justice. Every hero that can can be found. They have come here. They have come to battle Deathstroke and the Dark Army. And amidst all the chaos, all of the destruction, we have Iris West doing her best to get the most amount of coverage. Like any good reporter would, she is being told it is time to sign off and get out of there. That the situation has become far too dangerous. So much chaos, so much going on across the globe, with Iris getting ready to just be smashed to a bit. That is when we have the arrival of a speedster. That speedster being none other than Linda, with her newfound abilities, more than likely due to her pregnancy. She comes in, she grabs Iris, and gets her out of the way of danger. As her and Iris, they have a quick chat, really catching up on everything that has been going on. Probably the worst time to have this conversation, considering what's going on around them. But they make their way inside the Hall of Justice, getting downstairs into the secret bunker. This is where the weapons are. As they come back up to the surface, armored up and ready to go, the two children that they had saved a little earlier on, wearing some Batman helmets, wearing some bulletproof vests. The goal is to get these kids to safety, and so they cut a path through all of these villains. Using the cannons, Linda using her speedster abilities, they are able to break through the line. They are able to get these kids to safety, and that is when the arrival of the Justice League is upon us. That is what takes us over to our next story. This story is highlighting Jim Corrigan, the man that was once upon a time the Spectre. He was currently making his way to vacation. Those plans got thrown off to the side because of what is happening currently. With Dark Crisis currently ongoing, Jim is trying to make his way through all of this. When he looks up to the sky, what he sees is Raven versus the Spectre, looking as if hell has come down on Earth. The area of hell and heaven, this is his area of expertise, because once upon a time he shared a body with the Spectre, but since they have been separated, the Spectre isn't himself. He doesn't appear to be on the side of angels any longer. As he sits here and he battles with Raven, she can surely attest to this. While Raven is relatively holding her own, we are talking about the wrath of God. While Jim observes this battle currently ongoing, he can't help but recognize the Spectre seems to be enjoying himself, enjoying all the cruelty. That is not the Spectre that he knows. That is why he is here, hoping that maybe he can make a difference. That if he can bond with the Spectre again, this will ground him and bring him back to reality. It will break the chains away from him, and it will free him from the grasp of Pariah. And so with Jim going in trying to bond, it is much easier said than done. Whatever Pariah has done to him, it is deep within inside of him. He is resisting with everything he can. Not sure if he is going to be able to overtake the Spectre. Even if he is unable to do so, that gives Raven the opportunity to chain him down, with the Spectre being constricted to the ground. This fight is currently over because Jim has bonded with the Spectre. This is where the real fight begins. The fight between Jim and the Spectre. And this is only the beginning. That is what takes us to the Green Lantern Corps. From Hal Jordan to Guy Gardner, our heroes are doing their best to fight off the forces of evil, but they have the endless army of pure darkness that is descending down on top of them. Hal Jordan telling Guy Gardner that he needs to take the rest of the lanterns and they need to go face off against that, with Hal Jordan focusing all of his energy now on Deathstroke, who has taken the place of Pariah. With Joe and Guy Gardner heading up into the sky, they go to face off against the darkness that is now descending on top of them, as they do their best to hold the line. At first, we see that Joe, she wants to retreat, believing that they are outnumbered, believing that there are too many of them, that they are going to lose people, that they have to fall back, and they have to collect from below. This is when Guy Gardner lets it be known that they can all leave, but he is going to stay. He is going to fight, even if that means his death. And then out of of nowhere, we see Lantern Joe. She starts commanding all the lanterns around her, saying that Guy Gardner is right, that they have to form a wall, that this battle is all that matters, to do their job and to do it to the best of their ability. As she goes on giving this grand speech, mind you, she was just ready to give up and retreat, but she gives some Braveheart type speech, and all the lanterns rally. They fight with the best of their ability, with Guy Gardner almost falling in this battle, Lantern Joe coming in to save him in the nick of time. The lanterns have held off this advance. The darkness is falling back, with Guy Gardner letting it be known to let them retreat. Let them go off, do what they have to do. We can catch our breath, we can lick our wounds, we can prepare for what is about to come. And that is what takes us to our final story. Damian Wayne and Red Canary, they have returned from their mission that we saw in Dark Crisis, the Dark Army one-shot. As they jump right into this battle, we see Red Canary. She is going toe-to-toe with a were-hyena, but we can tell that Red Canary, she has no experience in combat. She doesn't know what she is doing. She is far above her league, with Damian letting her know that she needs to get out of here. There is a bus over to the side that she needs to go hide in, because right now on this battlefield, she is nothing more than a liability. With Superman falling out of the sky, even he is getting his butt kicked. At this point, Red Canary, she does understand. She sees that she's out of her league and she needs to go into hiding. Going into this bus, she hides out. She stays low. She observes the battle that is going on, not recognizing that Dollmaker is right behind her. Lucky for her, that is where we have the arrival of Canary, with Red Canary being a little starstruck. This is her idol. This is everything that she wanted to be, with Canary letting her know that we probably need to get out of this bus. Right now, this entire place is a battlefield, which means this bus could very easily be used as a weapon at any point in time. With Canary asking what Red Canary's superpowers are, she lets it be known that there really isn't any superpowers. But the two of them, they go out and they start fighting together, side by side. Then we have the arrival of Spoiler, with Canary asking Red Canary how long she has been in action. She says it all started after she saw one of Canary's shows. She saw her band the last time they were in Seattle, saying that the song was transformative for her, that she had felt like that her whole life, like there was somewhere that she belonged. And then Canary died. This is what gave her the courage to become Red Canary, as they fight off beasts of all kinds. The only reason that Red Canary is even standing in this fight is because Canary and Spoiler are there by her side. And she's going on to say that she started all of this because when she was trying to buy a guitar at the music store, a guy came in with a gun and she hit him with a guitar. That is how Red Canary was born. Alright gang, so as we dive into this issue, we are picking up with Nightwing. What we saw most recently is Deathstroke taking Nightwing over, wrapping him up in chains right next to Ravager, with Nightwing trying to figure out exactly where he is. That is when he hears the voice of Deathstroke. On the outside, what we see is the Hall of Justice and every single hero that is available, from Batman to Black Adam, from Wonder Woman to Superman. Our heroes are doing everything they can to stay off this force. And so while Deathstroke is waging his war, at the same time, he's having this conversation with Dick Grayson, letting him know that Pariah was certifiably insane, that he thought he was talking to some great darkness. But the truth is, all of that was inside of his head. But the great darkness that he created, it continues to live on, and it lives through Deathstroke. And now it has wrapped its fingers around Nightwing, pulling him backwards, stripping him of everything that he has become. But Nightwing isn't alone in this darkness. That is where we see Slade Wilson step out, Dick Grayson reverting back to his original Robin costume. Slade is telling him that it is time for round 2, that it was always going to come down to Slade Wilson versus Dick Grayson. Even though the heroes on the outside are trying with all of their effort, the newbies trying to hold the line, Slade had seen him try to step up and lead them, even going as far as saying that it was a nice try, it was a good attempt, but they don't have what it takes. And we're really beginning to learn what Deathstroke has been up to, why he has been so hell-bent on just destroying everything. At first, it had to do with Pariah, but Deathstroke does believe that Pariah made a good argument, that their worlds need to die. He has seen this world hurt his children too many times, with Dick Grayson saying the obvious that you could have been there. You could have simply been a father to your children, and they wouldn't had to endure everything that they have. But that's the problem, is that Deathstroke was there. In some kind of sense, he finds himself really responsible for everything that they have gone through. That he is the one that brought this hurt into their lives. At this point, he has embraced the monster that he is. And what Pariah had shown him is that they are all better off in the dark. That's why he is shutting it all down. There will be no more hurt. There will be no more pain. Not for anybody. He considers this to be a mercy killing for the entire multiverse. That this will be his legacy. And so while the two of them begin their battle, Mr. Terrific on the outside is letting us know that Pariah's new multiverse clashes with their own. This is putting both their world and the multiverse in danger. This is when we have the arrival of Damian Wayne, returning from his adventures during Dark Crisis the Dark Army one-shot. They brought themselves a weapon. That weapon is Dr. Light, because Dr. Light is connected to the multiverse the same way that Pariah was connected to the darkness, because Dr. Light absorbed the light that created the multiverse in the very beginning. She believes that she can illuminate the darkness, with Mr. Terrific letting it be known that they already have somebody racing to do just that. That somebody, of course, is the Flash family. They are moving with all of their speed to try and repair the connections between the multiverse and the infinite Earths. Dr. Light knows what she needs to do. She needs to get to the Flashes and she needs to help them out. When it comes to Slade Wilson and the Dark Army that stands in front of them, that is where our boy Black Adam comes into play. And way back in the beginning, Darkseid had warned Black Adam that he was the key to defeating all of this. That at that time he probably should have seen it, but he was blinded to so much. Even after he dismissed all the heroes, they still went out there and saved him even after he betrayed them. He believed that he was the only one that had the will and power to stop the darkness. And in a sense, he is kind of right. That is when the lightning comes from the sky, hitting every single one of our heroes. Black Adam has just shared his power with everybody. A small piece of him in every single hero. In doing this, we also see that Deathstroke has broken free. He is no longer bound to the Great Darkness. And with every single hero being imbued with the powers of Black Adam, the Great Darkness cannot touch them either. This is his gift, sharing his power, a piece of him, so that they can all defeat him together. With Deathstroke seeing that Black Adam is weak and powerless, that he may be freed from Pariah's darkness, but it has already found a new home. It has found a new home inside of Dick Grayson. As Nightwing sits here and battles with the darkness, it tries to corrupt him. It tries to drag him deeper, letting Black Adam know that it is too late, that everything is going to be swallowed by this darkness. With Slade Wilson firmly believing that Nightwing's willpower, it's simply not enough to stop what is about to happen. That is when Black Adam gets up and he tackles Deathstroke. With the two of them starting their fist fight, we see our Flashes making their way trying to connect as much as they can. but they need more than the Speed Force. That is where Dr. Light comes into play, letting them all know to join her light. The Speed Force merged with the light of creation is much stronger than the darkness. With Dr. Light giving the light of creation to the Flashes, we see the darkness being wiped away, being pulled away from every single Earth. And now their multiverse, it powers the infinite. Within seconds, we see the Dark Army disappearing. All those infected are no longer infected and being pulled back to where they originally came from. But even with all of that happening, we still see the fist fight between Deathstroke and Black Adam, with Deathstroke going on to say that he is honestly surprised, saying that this new generation, these kids, they're not worth their time. But now you fight alongside them. You fight to protect them, with Black Adam saying that he would die for them. Deathstroke picking up his sword, saying that the multiverse, it appears to live on another day. But he vows that the children, they have to come to an end. They have to stop the children from following in their footsteps. Deathstroke has every intention of killing his daughter right here on the spot. Black Adam, the only thing standing between them. That is when Nightwing comes back around. Using the same chains that had binded Nightwing, he takes down Deathstroke. On the verge of defeat, Deathstroke lets us know that this is why he is doing all of this. What happened to his children, he doesn't want happening to anybody else. That no one should ever know that pain. He would rather the entire world burn, that the world not exist at all, if it means enduring that kind of pain. With Deathstroke charging in at Nightwing, we see Ravager broke free from the darkness, letting her father know that this is done. With the darkness passing, so did the red skies. The sun coming out. Families reunited. The heroes have started to all return. Dr. Light explores her new powers connected to the multiverse. Spectre and Jim Corrigan are bonded back together once again. Oliver Queen is still lost out there somewhere. Darkseid has returned to Apocalypse. As for Slade Wilson, his body had been ravaged by the darkness. When it was purged, it stripped him of the serum that gave him his powers to begin with. And while he is alive but in constant pain, their machines are doing the best they can to try and keep that pain away and keep him alive. But we also see somebody hitting the emergency stop button and possibly causing him more pain, not knowing if this is going to be the end of Slade Wilson or not. As for the Great Darkness, it continues to rest, quiet again and unconcerned with humanity. They have also proved that Pariah's machine allowed him to really tap into a fraction of the darkness's true power. And so Pariah was never connected to the Great Darkness. All of the voices that he heard telling him to do things, this was simply all in his head. Because the Great Darkness, it is not good or evil. It has no agenda. It simply exists. And Pariah, he had tapped into just a small fraction of the true power that is the Great Darkness. He used it, he manipulated it to his own ends. All of our heroes, they begin to rebuild. And on the outside of the Hall of Justice, this is where we have Black Adam, Superboy, and Superman. And Black Adam, he is still the same individual that he always was. The war is over, it has all come to an end. Now it is time for him to return to his own responsibilities. But he does tell Kal-El that at least Jonathan didn't die like he had. That's probably the closest anybody is going to get as a compliment from Black Adam. That is what takes us to Nightwing and Batman, holding that candle, saying that he gave a speech, one to try and reassure everybody after the Justice League was presumed dead, trying to give them hope, trying to inspire them. His hope was that that sliver of hope would truly be able to burn in the darkness. As long as the candles were lit, their legacy would live on. But this is when Batman, he takes that candle and he breaks it. Because the candle has never been the light in the dark for Batman. The light in the dark for him has always been Dick Grayson. The heroes didn't need candles or speeches. They only needed people like Nightwing. That is why he was able to contain the spread of the darkness within inside of himself until the infinite Earths were restored and Pariah's darkness had faded away. Batman letting him know that only he could have done that. With Nightwing asking, what about the Justice League? We are rebuilding, it is time for change. What comes next for the League? Batman saying that there is no League. After all they have been through, the League felt that they needed to really rethink the Justice League. It needs more than just new members. It needs to find a new mission, a new legacy. And so he is coming to Dick Grayson to offer him, more or less, the leader of the new Justice League, or whatever it will be on the other side. Our two heroes hearing by Oracle that Two-Face is back up to his regular antics. Our heroes waste no time jumping into action. And then we are given an epilogue, showing us small glimpses of Lazarus Planet, of Failsafe, of everything going on in the Robin vs. Batman series. We have somebody who is saying that these battles between these so-called heroes and villains, it continues to escalate, that their world is in danger of a great catastrophe, that they must do something. Talking to the Shadow Board, the faceless individuals that control so very much. This is the Council of Light. The person that stands before them originally wanted to propose that they work with the heroes, that there are dangers coming and they might need them. But there is no Justice League. The heroes are left deorganized and chaotic, feeling that this only adds to the trouble. So instead, if they refuse to follow their orders, they will suffer incarceration, saying that if they have the resources to imprison the enemies, they can also do the same thing to our heroes. That if they don't fall in line, they will be imprisoned. These heroes have defeated aliens, monsters, and gods alike. And now with the resurrected Justice League, it appears that they can also beat death, believing that this is a step too far, saying that something must be done. It must happen now before it is too late. The Council of Light, considering her words, they reject the proposal, but only because they believe the scope is too narrow. This is bigger than heroes and villains. The metahumans are too dangerous to be controlled or imprisoned. The Council would like to take steps to ensure that they are never allowed. And so she is given full permission to utilize every resource, fully eradicating metahumans from their worlds. This is when it is revealed that this is Amanda Waller. She has her team, she has her mission, and it is death to all metahumans. Alright gang, so our story picks us up at the House of Heroes. We have Barry Allen, aka The Flash. He is accompanied by Wallace West, aka Kid Flash. And Barry Allen has been working with great effort to try and map the multiverse. Ever since Pariah have lifted up the veil, they are rediscovering an infinite amount of Earths. And when Wally goes to question what he means by rediscovering, Barry goes on to tell him about the Anti-Monitor, letting him know about the Anti-Monitor, letting him know about how all universes had been destroyed but one, how the Flash had been used as nothing more than a battery source, believed dead for so very long. That, of course, is until Wally West had saved his life. He had found him and brought him back home. But now that everything has been reborn, even though the Anti-Monitor had been defeated on multiple occasions, at his core, he is indestructible. And right now, he is unaccounted for. While everybody else may see the infinite multiverse, what Barry Allen sees is a crime scene. The Anti-Monitor Anti-Monitor could still very likely be out there. He could be destroying entire realities, and right now nobody is aware. Believing that he has to be stopped, Barry Allen goes out on his recon mission. He goes to see if there is any sign of the Anti-Monitor anywhere in the multiverse. And so our two speedsters, they head out from Earth 23 to Earth 118, the Earths of President Superman and the Earth of Dark Knights of Steel, from Earth 22 to Earth 27, from Kingdom Come to the Jurassic League, from Earth 43 to Earth 9, from Earth 18 to Earth 162. They are seeing the infinite possibilities that exist. Timelines that we see are far in the future or far, far back in the past. But when he lands at Earth 28, that is where he sees him. The Anti-Monitor is messing up the DC mech. Not a line that I have been following, but it's essentially DC crosses over with Transformers. As our speedsters are making their way through this world, seeing the Anti-Monitor, Wallace gets captured. The Anti-Monitor grabs hold of him. Barry Allen, knowing that he cannot defeat the Anti-Monitor alone, there is one thing that he can do. This is where the fastest man alive, he starts doing circles around the world. This is something that he doesn't do very often. Incredibly dangerous. He is going for their near infinite mass punch, something that could easily disform space-time itself. Being able to hold this amount of power just for a moment, he hits the Anti-Monitor with the mightiest punch in the entire multiverse. We see the Anti-Monitor go flying. He starts going through realities, from Earth 6 to Earth 24, all the way to Earth 41. But Barry doesn't stop there. He keeps going. He keeps hitting the Anti-Monitor, knowing that if he stops even for the slightest split nanosecond, the Anti-Monitor will get up and it will be game over. Not hesitating, not blinking, not giving him a single chance to play offense. From Earth 66 to Earth 789, Barry can feel the anger inside of him. For every second that he was tortured on that treadmill, the Anti-Monitor unable to get his bearing, Barry Allen thinks just for the slightest second that he might win this. That is when the Anti-Monitor is able to hit him with a blast. He hits the Flash with a blast so hard that it knocks the Flash through realities. From Earth 4 to Earth 20, the Anti-Monitor taunting him, letting him know that you're back for the grave, and for what? To entertain this idea that you might be able to have vengeance. To test your abilities against the Supreme Deity, letting him know that he has failed. And he has failed miserably. With Barry Allen in the grasp of Anti-Monitor, there appears to be no sign of help, no sign of breaking free. That, of course, is until the Anti-Monitor is hit with a blast of energy. That energy is coming from Green Lantern Batman. Because while Barry Allen was getting thrown around realities, Wallace was grabbing hold of every single superhero he could along the way, and they are all more than willing to throw in the helping hand to bring down Anti-Monitor. As the heroes from across the multiverse start laying in on the Anti-Monitor, they may all be from different multiverses, but they instinctively work as a team. Even so, that doesn't mean that they're going to win. All of them realizing that this guy's power is far beyond anything that they have ever faced. This is where Barry Allen comes up with a plan, saying that the Anti-Monitor comes from a universe of antimatter. If they are able to open up that multiverse, they might be able to exile him there. So while some of our heroes hold the line, other heroes go looking for this place, this universe of antimatter. Finding the universe, they open up a dimensional rift. With the portal starting to get opened up, Barry knows that they'll have one chance at this. This is where Barry goes for the second part of his plan, the part he told nobody about. Whoever lands the last punch on the Anti-Monitor, they're more than likely going to be sucked into the rift with him. They will be dragged into this place, lost forever in the negative cosmos. And so our heroes, they position the enemy, and that is where Barry Allen comes in. He hits the Anti-Monitor with all of his strength, and we see Barry Allen and the Anti-Monitor begin to fall into the rift. As Barry Allen says and whispers a goodbye, he is saved just in the nick of time by Green Lantern Batman. With the rift being closed up, all of our heroes congratulating one another, patting themselves on the back, telling them how great of a job that they have all done. The Anti-Monitor has been defeated. He has been exiled back to his universe. For how long he will stay there, nobody knows. But at least for today, the battle has been won. And that will be the end of this issue. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments. Out of all the Dark Crisis issues so far, tie-ins and everything included, this one's probably my favorite. And I use favorite very loosely because honestly, like I've said recently, Dark Crisis has just fallen off for me. But this one's enjoyable just for the simple fact that we get to traverse the infinite multiverse. From DC Comics versus zombies, from DC Comics versus vampires, all the way to Dark Knights of Steel, which if you're not keeping up with Dark Knights of Steel, I highly recommend that you go check it out. It's been on pause for at least a month or so, which is a little disappointing. I guess they're trying to push out everything else right now. But Dark Knights of Steel, it might be one of my favorite comics that is currently coming out from DC. I don't know how necessarily believable this story is. You know, the Anti-Monitor is an individual that caused so much chaos back in the day. And here we have in 25 pages him essentially being defeated and exiled where he can no longer return and cause chaos, at least for the time being. But for me, it is always enjoyable to see all the alternative versions of our heroes, from Green Lantern Batman all the way to President Superman. DC does really have a very unique roster of multiversal characters. One of the few things that I truly do enjoy about DC Comics, that while Earth Zero may essentially be kind of the center of the universe, of the multiverse, there are so many wonderful, absolutely creative ideas out there in the multiverse. So much untapped potential, so many Elseworld stories that can just come to life and be absolutely amazing. Then you have other ones that are not so great, like DC versus Vampires. A relatively unbelievable story, but the idea that Nightwing becomes a vampire king, that's gotta pique your interest just a little bit. But yeah, all in all, it's not a bad story, it's enjoyable, but it really doesn't do anything for the Dark Crisis story that is currently ongoing. It doesn't push the plot forward, it doesn't change anything that is about to happen in the last issue. But let me know your thoughts, let me know your theories. If you would like to get caught up on everything going on with Dark Crisis, be sure to check out the link in my description as well as the top of this video. It is gonna get you completely caught up on the entirety of this event. If you would like to support the channel, you can always do so by joining the channel membership, much like Patreon, having 5 different tiers, from $1 to $50, from loyalty badges to getting free comics every single month. Not only does this help out the channel tremendously, but you are getting tons of perks in the process. Now, if you are unable to do this, do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, like this video, hit that notification bell, and with that being said, until the next breakdown.